Chapter 50 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp, by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Giordano. Dred, Chapter 51. Engedi. The question may occur to our readers, why a retreat which appeared so easily accessible to the negroes of the vicinity in which our story is laid should escape the vigilance of hunters. In all despotic countries, however, it will be found that the oppressed party become expert in the means of secrecy. It is also a fact that the portion of the community who are trained to labor enjoy all that advantage over the more indolent portion of it which can be given by a vigorous physical system and great capabilities of endurance. Without a doubt, the balance of the physical strength of the South now lies in the subject race. Usage familiarizes the dwellers of the swamp with the peculiarities of their location, and gives them the advantage in it that a mountaineer has in his own mountains. Besides, they who take their life in their hand exercise their faculties with more vigor and clearness than they who have only money at stake, and this advantage the negroes had over the hunters. Dred's stronghold of Engedi, as we have said, was isolated from the rest of the swamp by some 20 yards of deep morass, in which it was necessary to wade almost to the waist. The shore presented to the eye only the appearance of an impervious jungle of catbrier and grapevine rising out of the water. There was but one spot on which there was a clear space to set foot on, and that was the place where Dred crept up on the night when we first introduced the locality to our readers' attention. The hunters generally satisfied themselves with exploring more apparently accessible portions, and, unless betrayed by those to whom Dred had communicated the clue, there was very little chance that any accident would ever disclose the retreat. Dred himself appeared to be gifted with that peculiar faculty of discernment of spirits which belonged to his father, Denmark Vesey, sharpened into a preternatural intensity by the habits of his wild and dangerous life. The men he selected for trust were men as impenetrable as himself, the most vigorous in mind and body on all the plantations. The perfectness of his own religious enthusiasm, his absolute certainty that he was inspired of God as a leader and deliverer, gave him an ascendancy over the minds of those who followed him, which nothing but religious enthusiasm ever can give. And this was further confirmed by the rigid austerity of his life. For all animal comforts he appeared to entertain a profound contempt. He never tasted strong liquors in any form, and was extremely sparing in his eating, often fasting for days in succession, particularly when he had any movement of importance in contemplation. It is difficult to fathom the dark recesses of a mind so powerful and active as his, placed under a pressure of ignorance and social disability so tremendous. In those desolate regions which he made his habitation, it is said that trees often, from the singularly unnatural and wildly stimulating properties of the slimy depths from which they spring, assume a goblin growth, entirely different from their normal habit. All sorts of vegetable monsters stretch their weird, fantastic forms among its shadows. There is no principle so awful through all nature as the principle of growth. It is a mysterious and dread condition of existence, which, place it under what impediment or disadvantage you will, is constantly forcing on, and when unnatural pressure hinders it, develops in forms portentous and astonishing. The wild, dreary belt of swampland, which girds in these states scathed by the fires of despotism, is an apt emblem. In its rampant and we might say delirious exuberance of vegetation, of that darkly struggling, wildly vegetating swamp of human souls, cut off, like it, from the usages and improvements of cultivated life. Beneath that fearful pressure, souls whose energy, well directed, might have blessed mankind, start out in preternatural and fearful developments, whose strength is only a portent of dread. The night after the meeting which we have described was one, to this singular being, of agonizing conflict. His psychological condition, as near as we can define it, seemed to be that of a human being who had been seized and possessed, after the manner related in ancient fables, by the wrath of an avenging God, that part of the moral constitution which exists in some degree in us all, which leads us to feel pain at the sight of injustice, and to desire retribution for cruelty and crime, seemed in him to have become an absorbing sentiment, as if he had been chosen by some higher power as the instrument of doom. At some moments the idea of the crimes and oppressions which had overwhelmed his race rolled in upon him with a burning pain, which caused him to cry out like the fated and enslaved Cassandra at the threshold of the dark house of tyranny and blood. This sentiment of justice, this agony in view of cruelty and crime, is in men a strong attribute of the highest natures, for he who is destitute of the element of moral indignation is effeminate and tame. But there is in nature and in the human heart a pleading, interceding element, which comes in constantly to temper and soften this spirit, and this element in the divine mind, which the Scriptures represent by the sublime image of an eternally interceding high priest, who, having experienced every temptation of humanity, constantly urges all that can be thought in mitigation of justice. As a spotless and high-toned mother bears in her bosom the anguish of the impurity and vileness of her child, so the eternally suffering, eternally interceding love of Christ bears the sin of our race. But the Scriptures tell us that the mysterious person, who thus stands before all worlds as the image and impersonation of divine tenderness, has yet in reserve this awful energy of wrath. The oppressors, in the last dread day, are represented as calling to the mountains and rocks to fall on them and hide them from the wrath of the Lamb. This idea had dimly loomed up before the mind of Dred as he read and pondered the mysteries of the sacred oracles, and was expressed by him in the form of language so frequent in his mouth that the Lamb was bearing the yoke of the sins of men. He had been deeply affected by the presentation which Milly had made in their night meeting of the eternal principle of intercession and atonement. The sense of it was blindly struggling with the habitual and overmastering sense of oppression and wrong. When his associates had all dispersed to their dwellings, he threw himself on his face and prayed, "O Lamb of God, that bearest the yoke, why hast thou filled me with wrath? Behold these graves, behold the graves of my brothers, slain without mercy. And, Lord, they do not repent. Thou art of purer eyes than to behold evil, and canst not look on iniquity. Wherefore lookest thou upon them that deal treacherously, and holdest thy tongue when the wicked devoureth the man that is more righteous than he? They make men as fishes in the sea, as creeping things that have no ruler over them. They take them up with the angle, they catch them in their net, and gather them in their drag. Therefore they rejoice and are glad. Therefore they sacrifice unto their net, and burn incense unto their drag, because by them their portion is fat, and their meat plenteous. Shall they therefore empty their net, and not spare continually to slay the nations? Did not he that made them in the womb make us? Did not the same God fashion us in the womb? Doubtless thou art our father, though Abraham be ignorant of us, and Israel acknowledges us not. Thou, our God, art our Father, our Redeemer. Wherefore forgettest thou us forever, and forsakest us so long a time? Wilt thou not judge between us and our enemies? Behold, there is none among them that stirreth himself up to call upon thee, and he that departeth from evil maketh himself a prey. They lie in wait, they set traps, they catch men, they are waxen fat, they shine, They overpass the deeds of the wicked. They judge not the cause of the fatherless. Yet they prosper, and the right of the needy do they not judge. Wilt thou not visit for these things, O Lord? Shall not thy soul be avenged on such a nation as this? How long wilt thou endure? Behold under the altar the souls of those they have slain. They cry unto thee continually. How long, O Lord, dost thou not judge and avenge? Is there any that stirreth himself up for justice? Is there any that regardeth our blood? We are sold for silver. The price of our blood is in thy treasury. The price of our blood is on thine altars. Behold, they build their churches with the price of our hire. Behold, the stone doth cry out of the wall, and the timber doth answer it. Because they build their towns with blood, and establish their cities by iniquity. They have all gone one way. There is none that careth for the spoilings of the poor. Art thou a just God? When wilt thou arise to shake terribly the earth, that the desire of all nations may come? Overturn, overturn, and overturn, till he whose right it is shall come. Such were the words, not uttered continuously, but poured forth at intervals, with sobbings, groanings, and moanings, from the recesses of that wild forest. It was but a part of that incessant prayer with which oppressed humanity has besieged the throne of justice in all ages. We who live in sealed houses would do well to give heed to that sound, lest it be to us that inarticulate moaning which goes before the earthquake. If we would estimate the force of almighty justice, let us ask ourselves what a mother might feel for the abuse of her helpless child, and multiply that by infinity. But the night wore on, and the stars looked down serene and solemn, as if no prayer had gone through the calm, eternal gloom, and the morning broke in the east resplendent. Harry, too, had passed a sleepless night. The death of Hark weighed like a mountain upon his heart. He had known him for a whole-souled, true-hearted fellow. He had been his counselor and friend for many years, and he had died in silent torture for him. How stinging is it, at such a moment, to view the whole respectability of civilized society upholding and glorifying the murderer, calling his sin by soft names, and using for his defense every artifice of legal injustice. Some in our own nation have had bitter occasion to know this, for we have begun to drink the cup of trembling, which for so many ages has been drank alone by the slave. Let the associates of Brown ask themselves if they cannot understand the midnight anguish of Harry. His own impulses would have urged to an immediate insurrection in which he was careless about his own life. So the fearful craving of his soul for justice was assuaged. To him the morning seemed to break red with the blood of his friend. He would have urged to immediate and precipitate action, but Dred, true to the enthusiastic impulses which guided him, persisted in waiting for that sign from heaven which was to indicate when the day of grace was closed and the day of judgment to begin. This expectation he founded on his own version of certain passages in the prophets, such as these: I will show wonders in heaven above, and signs in the earth beneath, blood and fire and vapor of smoke. The sun shall be turned into darkness, and the moon into blood, before that great and notable day of the Lord shall come. Meanwhile, his associates were to be preparing the minds of the people, and he was traversing the swamps in different directions, holding nightly meetings in which he read and expounded the prophecies to excited ears. The laborious arguments by which northern and southern doctors of divinity have deduced from the Old Testament the divine institution of slavery were too subtle and fine-spun to reach his ear amid the denunciations of prophecies, all turning on the sin of oppression. His instinctive understanding of the spirit of the Bible justified the sagacity which makes the supporter of slavery, to this day, careful not to allow the slave the power of judging it for himself, and we leave it to any modern pro-slavery divine whether, in dread circumstances, his own judgment might not have been the same. After daylight, Harry saw Dred standing with a dejected countenance outside of his hut. "I have wrestled," he said, "for thee, but the time is not yet. Let us abide certain days, for the thing is secret unto me, and I cannot do less nor more till the Lord giveth commandment. When the Lord delivereth them into our hands, one shall chase 1,000, and two put 10,000 to flight." "After all," said Harry, "our case is utterly hopeless. A few poor outcast wretches without a place to lay our heads, and they all revelling in their splendor and their powers. Who is there in this great nation that is not pledged against us? Who would not cry amen if we were dragged out and hung like dogs? The North is as bad as the South. They kill us, and the North consents and justifies, and all their wealth, power, and religion are used against us. We are the ones that all sides are willing to give up. Any party in church or of state will throw in our blood and bones as a make-weight, and think nothing of it. And when I see them riding out in their splendid equipages, their houses full of everything that is elegant, they so cultivated and refined, and our people so miserable, poor, and downtrodden, I haven't any faith that there is a God." "Stop," said Dred, laying his hand on his arm. "Hear what the prophet saith. Their land also is full of silver and gold, neither is there any end of their treasures. Their land also is full of horses, neither is there any end of their chariots. Their land also is full of idols. They worship the work of their own hands, enter into the rock, and hide there in the dust, for fear of the Lord, and for the glory of his majesty. The lofty looks of man shall be humbled, and the haughtiness of man shall be bowed down, and the Lord alone shall be exalted in that day. For the day of the Lord of hosts shall be on every one that is proud and lofty, and upon every one that is lifted up, and he shall be brought low, and upon all the cedars of Lebanon that are high and lifted up, and upon all the oaks of Bashan, and upon all the high mountains, and upon all the hills that are lifted up, and upon every high tower, and upon every fenced wall, and upon all the ships of Tarshish, and upon all pleasant pictures. And the loftiness of man shall be bowed down, the haughtiness of man shall be made low, and they shall go in the holes of the rocks, and in the caves of the earth, for fear of the Lord, and for his majesty, when he ariseth to shake terribly the earth." The tall pines and whispering oaks, as they stood waving in purple freshness at the dawn, seemed like broad-winged attesting angels, bearing witness, in their serene and solemn majesty, to the sublime words, "Heaven and earth shall not pass away till these words have been fulfilled." After a few moments a troubled expression came over the face of Dred. "Harry," he said, "verily, he is a God that hideth himself. He giveth none account to any of these matters. It may be that I shall not lead the tribes over this Jordan, that I shall lay my bones in the wilderness. But the day shall surely come, and the sign of the Son of Man shall appear in the air, and all tribes of the earth shall wail because of him. Behold, I saw white spirits and black spirits that contended in the air. And the thunder rolled, and the blood flowed, and the voice said, Come rough, come smooth, such is the decree. Ye must surely bear it. But as yet the prayers of the saints have power, for there be angels having golden censers, which be the prayers of saints. And the Lord by reason thereof delayeth. Behold, I have borne the burden of the Lord, even for many years. He hath covered me with a cloud in the day of his anger, and filled me with his wrath. And his word has been like a consuming fire shut in my bones. He hath held mine eyes waking, and my bones have waxed old with my roarings all day long. than I have said. Oh, that thou wouldst hide me in the dust, that thou wouldst keep me secret till thy wrath be past." At this moment, soaring upward through the blue sky, rose the fair form of a wood pigeon, wheeling and curving in the morning sunlight, cutting the ether with airy flight, so smooth, even, and clear, as if it had learnt motion from the music of angels. Dred's eye, faded and haggard with his long night watchings, followed it for a moment with an air of softened pleasure, in which was blent somewhat of weariness and longing. "Oh, that I had wings like a dove," he said, "then would I flee away and be at rest. I would hasten from the windy storm and tempest. Lo, then I would wander far off and remain in the wilderness." There was something peculiar in the power and energy which this man's nature had of drawing others into the tide of its own sympathies, as a strong ship, walking through the water, draws all the smaller craft into its current. Harry, melancholy and disheartened as he was, felt himself borne out with him in that impassioned prayer. "I know," said Dred, "that the new heavens and the new earth shall come, and the redeemed of the Lord shall walk in it. But as for me, I am a man of unclean lips, and the Lord laid on me the oppressions of the people. But though the violent man prevail against me, it shall surely come to pass." Harry turned away and walked slowly to the other side of the clearing, where old Tiff, with Fanny, Teddy, and Lisette, having kindled a fire on the ground, was busy in preparing their breakfast. Dred, instead of going into his house, disappeared in the thicket. Milly had gone home with the man who came from Canada. The next day, as Harry and Dred made a hunting excursion through the swamp, returning home in the edge of the night, they happened to be passing near the scene of lawless violence, which we have already described. End of Chapter 50. Engedi. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida.
Chapter 51 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Chapter 51, The Slave Hunt. Tom Gordon, for the next 2 or 3 days after his injury, was about as comfortable to manage as a wounded hyena. He had 1,000 varying caprices every hour and moment, and now one and now another prevailed. The miserable girls who were held by him as his particular attendants were tormented by every species of annoyance which a restless and passionate man in his impatience could devise. The recent death of Milly's mistress by the cholera had reduced her under Tom's authority, and she was summoned now from her work every hour to give directions and advice, which, the minute they were given, were repudiated with curses. "I declare," said Aunt Katy, the housekeeper, "if Mas'r Tom ain't enough to use a body off their feet. It's just 4 times I's got gruel ready for him dis last 2 hours, doing all I could to suit him, and he swears at it and flings it round real undecent. Why, he's got a fever, and does he expect to make things taste good to him when he's got fever? Why, of course I can't, and no need of him calling me a devil and all that. That air's very unnecessary, I think. I don't believe in no such. The Gordons allers used to have some sense to 'em, even if they was cross. But he ain't got a grain. I should think he was 'cessed wid old Sam for my part. Bringing disgrace on us all the way he cuts up. We really don't know how to hold up our head, none of us. The Gordons have allers been such a genteel family. Laws, we don't know what privileges we had when we had Miss Nina. Them new girls, dressed up in all their flounces and furbelows, guess they has to take it." In time, however, even in spite of his chafing and fretfulness and contempt of physicians' prescriptions, Tom seemed to recover by the same kind of fatality which makes ill weeds thrive apace. Meanwhile he employed his leisure hours in laying plans of revenge to be executed as soon as he should be able to take to his horse again. Among other things, he vowed deep vengeance on Abijah Skinflint, who, he said, he knew must have sold the powder and ammunition to the negroes in the swamp. This may have been true, or may not, but in cases of Lynch law, such questions are indifferent matter. A man is accused, condemned, and judged at the will of his more powerful neighbor. It was sufficient to Tom that he thought so, and being sick and cross, thought so just now with more particular intensity. Jim Stokes, he knew, cherished an animosity of long standing toward Abijah, which he could make use of in enlisting him in the cause. One of the first uses, therefore, which Tom made of his recovered liberty, after he was able to ride out, was to head a raid on Abijah's shop. The shop was without ceremony dismantled and plundered, and the mob, having helped themselves to his whiskey, next amused themselves by tarring and feathering him, and having insulted and abused him to their satisfaction, and exacted a promise from him to leave the state within 3 days, they returned home glorious in their own eyes. And the next week a brilliant account of the affair appeared in the Trumpet of Liberty, headed "Summary Justice." Nobody pitied Abijah, of course, and as he would probably have been quite willing to join in the same sort of treatment for anyone else, we know not that we are particularly concerned for his doom. The respectable people in the neighborhood first remarked that they didn't approve of mobs in general, and then dilated with visible satisfaction on this in particular, after a fashion of that stupid class that are called respectable people generally. The foolish mob gloried and exulted, not considering that any day the same weapons might be turned against them. The mob being now somewhat drilled and animated, Tom proposed, while their spirit was up, to get up a hunting in the swamp, which should more fully satisfy his own private vengeance. There is a sleeping tiger in the human breast that delights in violence and blood, and this tiger Tom resolved to unchain. The act of outlawry had already publicly set up Harry as a mark for whatever cruelty drunken ingenuity might choose to perpetrate. As our readers may have a curiosity in this kind of literature, we will indulge them with a copy of this. State of North Carolina, Chowan County. Whereas complaint upon oath hath this day been made to us, two of the justices of the peace for the said county and state aforesaid, by Thomas Gordon, that a certain male slave belonging to him, named Harry, a carpenter by trade, about 35 years old, 5 feet 4 inches or thereabouts, dark complexion, stout built, blue eyes, deep sunk in his head, forehead very square, tolerable loud voice, hath absented himself from his master's service, and is supposed to be lurking about in the swamp, committing acts of felony or other misdeeds. These are, therefore, in the name of the state aforesaid, to command said slave forthwith to surrender himself and return home to his said master. And we do hereby, by virtue of the act of assembly, in such case made and provided, intimate and declare that if the said slave Harry doth not surrender himself and return home immediately after the publication of these presents, that any person or persons may kill and destroy the said slave by means as he or they might think fit, without accusation or impeachment of any crime or offense for so doing. and without incurring any penalty or forfeiture thereby. Given under our hands and seal, James T. Muller, T. Buttercourt. Footnote: the original document from which this is taken can be seen in the appendix. It appeared in the Wilmington Journal, December 18, 1850. End of footnote. One can scarcely contemplate without pity the condition of a population which grows up under the influence of such laws and customs as these, that the lowest brutality and the most fiendish cruelty should be remorselessly practiced by those whose ferocity thus receives the sanction of law, cannot be wondered at. Tom Gordon convened at his house an assemblage of those whom he used as the tools and ministers of his vengeance. Harry had been secretly hated by them all in his prosperous days, because, though a slave, he was better dressed, better educated, and, on the whole, treated with more consideration by the Gordon family and their guests than they were, and at times he had occasion to rebuke some of them for receiving from the slaves goods taken from the plantation. To be sure, while he was prosperous, they were outwardly subservient to him as the great man of a great family. But now he was down. As the amiable fashion of the world generally is, they resolved to make up for their former subservience by redoubled insolence. Jim Stokes, in particular, bore Harry a grudge for having once expressed himself with indignation concerning the meanness and brutality of his calling, and he was therefore the more willing to be made use of on the present occasion. Accordingly, on the morning we speak of, there was gathered before the door of the mansion at Canema a confused melange of men of that general style of appearance which in our times we called border ruffians, half-drunken, profane, obscene as the harpies which descended on the feast of Aeneas. Tom Gordon had only this advantage among them, that superior education and position had given him the power, when he chose, of assuming the appearance and using the language of a gentleman. But he had enough of grossness within to enable him at will to become one of them. Tom's arm was still worn in a sling, but as lack of energy never was one of his faults, he was about to take the saddle with his troop. At present they were drawn up before the door, laughing, swearing, and drinking whiskey, which flowed in abundance. The dogs, the better-mannered brutes of the two, by all odds, were struggling in their leashes with impatience and excitement. Tom Gordon stood forth on the veranda, after the fashion of great generals of old, who harangued their troops on the eve of battle. Anyone who has read the speeches of the leaders who presided over the sacking of Lawrence will get an idea of some features in this style of eloquence which our pen cannot present. "Now, boys," said Tom, "you are getting your names up. You've done some good work already. You've given that old sniveling priest a taste of true orthodox doctrine that will enlighten him for the future. You've given that long-nosed skinflint light enough to see the error of his ways." A general laugh here arose, and voices repeated, "Ha, ha, that we did, didn't we, though?" "I reckon you did," said Tom Gordon. "I reckon he didn't need candles to see his sins by that night. Didn't we make a candle of his old dog kennel? Didn't he have light to see his way out of the state by? And didn't we give him a suit to keep him warm on the road? Ah, boys, that was a warm suit, no mistake. It was a suit that will stick to him, too. He won't trade that off for rum in a hurry, I'm thinking. Will he, boys?" Bursts of crazy, half-drunken applause here interrupted the orator. "Pity we hadn't put a match to it," shouted one. "Ah, well, boys, you did enough for that time. Wait till you catch these sneaking varmints in the swamp. You shall do what you like with them. Nobody shall hinder you. That's law and order. These foxes have troubled us long enough, stealing at our hen roost when we were asleep. We shall make it hot for them if we catch them, and we are going to catch them. There are no two ways about it. This old swamp is like Davy's coon. It's got to come down. And it will come down, boys, when it sees us coming. No mistake about that. Now, boys, mind catch him alive if you can, but shoot him if you can't. Remember, I'll give $150 for his head." A loud shout chorused this last announcement, and Tom descended in glory to take his place in a saddle. Once, we suppose, this history would not have been believed had it been told. But of late our own sons and brothers have been hounded and hunted by just such men with such means. The fire which began in the dry trees has spread to the green. Long live the great Christianizing institution. End of chapter 51, The Slave Hunt. Chapter 52 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Dred, Chapter 52, All Over. Clayton, at the time of the violent assault which we have described, received an injury upon the head which rendered him insensible. When he came to himself, he was conscious at first only of a fanning of summer breezes. He opened his eyes and looked listlessly up into the blue sky that appeared through the thousand leafy hollows of weaving boughs. Voices of birds warbling and calling, like answering echoes to each other, fell dreamily on his ear. Some gentle hand was placing bandages around his head, and figures of women he did not recognize moved whisperingly around him, tending and watching. He dropped to sleep again, and thus for many hours lay in a kind of heavy trance. Harry and Lisette had vacated for his use their hut, but as it was now the splendid weather of October, when earth and sky become a temple of beauty and serenity, they tended him during the hours of the day in the open air, and it would seem as if there were no art of healing like to this. As air and heat and water all have benevolent tendency to enter and fill up a vacuum, so we might fancy the failing vitality of the human system to receive accessions of vigor by being placed in the vicinity of the healthful growths of nature. All the trees which John saw around the river of life and heaven bore healing leaves, and there may be a sense in which the trees of our world bear leaves that are healing both to body and soul. He who hath gone out of the city sick, disgusted, and wearied, and lain himself down in the forest under the fatherly shadow of an oak, may have heard this whispered to him in the leafy rustlings of 1,000 tongues. "See," said Dred to Harry, as they were watching over the yet insensible form of Clayton, "how the word of the Lord is fulfilled on these people. He shall deliver them, every man, into the hand of his neighbor, and he that departeth from evil maketh himself a prey." "Yes," said Harry, "but this is a good man. He stands up for our rights. If he had his way, we should soon have justice done us." "Yes," said Dred, "but it is even as it was of old. Behold, I send unto you prophets and wise men, and some of them shall ye slay. For this people's heart is waxed gross, and their ears have they closed. Therefore the Lord shall bring upon this generation the blood of all the slain, from the blood of righteous Abel to the blood of Zacharias, the son of Berechias, whom they slew between the temple and the altar." After a day or two spent in a kind of listless dreaming, Clayton was so far recovered as to be able to sit up and look about him. The serene tranquillity of the lovely October skies seemed to fall like a spell upon his soul. Amid the wild and desolate swamp, here was an island of security, where nature took men to her sheltering bosom. 1,000 birds, speaking with 1,000 airy voices, were calling from breezy tree-tops and from swinging cradles of vine leaves. White clouds sailed in changing and varying islands over the heavy green battlements of the woods. The wavering, slumberous sounds of 1,000 leaves through which the autumn air walked to and fro consoled him. Life began to look to him like a troubled dream forever past. His own sufferings, the hours of agony and death, which he had never dared to remember, seemed now to wear a new and glorified form. Such is the divine power in which God still reveals himself through the lovely and incorruptible forms of nature. Clayton became interested in Dred as a psychological study. At first he was silent and reserved, but attended to the wants of his guest with evident respect and kindness. Gradually, however, the love of expression which lies hidden in almost every soul began to unfold itself in him, and he seemed to find pleasure in a sympathetic listener. His wild jargon of Hebraistic phrases, names, and allusions had for Clayton in his enfeebled state a quaint and poetic interest. He compared him, in his own mind, to one of those old, rude Gothic doorways so frequent in European cathedrals, where sculptural images carved in rough granite mingle themselves with 1,000 wayward, fantastic freaks of architecture. And sometimes he thought, with a sigh, how much might have been accomplished by a soul so ardent and a frame so energetic had they been enlightened and guided. Dred would sometimes come in the shady part of the afternoon and lie on the grass beside him, and talk for hours in a quaint, rambling, dreamy style, through which there were occasional flashes of practical ability and shrewdness. He had been a great traveler, a traveler through regions generally held inaccessible to human foot and eye. He had explored not only the vast swamp girdle of the Atlantic, but the Everglades of Florida, with all their strange and tropical luxuriance of growth. He had wandered along the dreary and perilous belt of sand which skirts the southern Atlantic shores, full of quicksands and of dangers, and there he had mused of the eternal secret of the tides, with whose restless, never-ceasing rise and fall the soul of man has a mysterious sympathy. Destitute of the light of philosophy and science, he had revolved in the twilight of his ardent and struggling thoughts the causes of natural phenomena, and settled these questions for himself by theories of his own. Sometimes his residence for weeks had been a stranded hulk cast on one of those inhospitable shores, where he fasted and prayed, and fancied that answering voices came to him in the moaning of the wind and the sullen swell of the sea. Our readers behold him now, stretched on the grass beside the hut of Harry and Lisette, in one of his calmest and most communicative moods. The children, with Lisette and the women, were searching for grapes in a distant part of the enclosure, and Harry, with the other fugitive man, had gone to bring in certain provisions which were to have been deposited for them in a distant part of the swamp by some of their confederates on one of the plantations. Old Tiff was hoeing potatoes diligently in a spot not very far distant, and evidently listening to the conversation with an ear of shrewd attention. "Yes," said Dred, with that misty light in his eye which one may often have remarked in the eye of enthusiasts, The glory holds off, but it is coming. Now is the groaning time. That was revealed to me when I was down at Okeechobee, when I slept 3 weeks in the hulk of a ship, out of which all souls had perished." "Rather a dismal abode, my friend," said Clayton, by way of drawing him onto conversation. "The Spirit drove me there," said Dred, "for I had besought the Lord to show unto me the knowledge of things to come. And the Lord bade me to go from the habitations of men, and to seek out the desolate places of the sea, and dwell in the wreck of a ship that was forsaken, for a sign of desolation unto this people. So I went and dwelt there, and the Lord called me Amraphel, because hidden things of judgment were made known unto me. And the Lord showed unto me that even as a ship which is forsaken of the waters, wherein all flesh have died, so shall it be with the nation of the oppressor." "How did the Lord show you this?" said Clayton, bent upon pursuing his inquiry. "Mine ear received it in the night season," said Dred, "and I heard how the whole creation groaneth and travaileth, waiting for the adoption. And because of this he hath appointed the tide." "I don't see the connection," said Clayton. "Why because of this?" "Because," said Dred, "every day is full of labor, but the labor goeth back again into the seas, so that travail of all generations hath gone back, till the desire of all nations shall come, and he shall come with burning, and with judgment, and with great shakings. But in the end thereof shall be peace. Wherefore it is written that in the new heavens and the new earth there shall be no more sea." These words were uttered with an air of solemn, assured confidence that impressed Clayton strangely. Something in his inner nature seemed to recognize in them a shadow of things hoped for. He was in that mood into which the mind of him who strives with the evils of this world must often fall, a mood of weariness and longing, and heard within him the cry of the human soul, tempest-tossed and not comforted, for rest and assurance of the state where there shall be no more sea. "So then," he said unto Dred, "so then you believe that these heavens and earth shall be made new?" "Assuredly," said Dred, "and the king shall reign in righteousness. He shall deliver the needy when he crieth, the poor and him that hath no helper. He shall redeem their souls from deceit and violence. He shall sit upon a white cloud, and the rainbow shall be round about his head. And the elect of the Lord shall be kings and priests on the earth." "And do you think you shall be one of them?" said Clayton. Dred gave a kind of inward groan. "Not every one that prophesieth in his name shall be found worthy," he said. "I have prayed the Lord, but he hath not granted me the assurance. I am the rod of his wrath to execute vengeance on his enemies. Shall the axe magnify itself against him that lifteth it?" The conversation here was interrupted by Harry, who, suddenly springing from the tree, came up in a hurried and agitated manner. "The devil is broke loose," he said. "Tom Gordon is out with his whole crew at his heels, beating the swamp. A more drunken, swearing, ferocious set I never saw. They have got onto the trail of poor Jim, and are tracking him without mercy." A dark light flashed from Dred's eye as he sprang upon his feet. "The voice of the Lord shaketh the wilderness, yea, the wilderness of the Kadesh. I will go forth and deliver him." He seized his rifle and shot bag, and in a few moments was gone. It was Harry's instinct to have followed him, but Lisette threw herself weeping on his neck. "Don't go, don't," she said. "What shall we all do without you? Stay with us. You'll certainly be killed, and you can do no good." "Consider," said Clayton, "that you have not the familiarity with these swamps, nor the wonderful physical power of this man. It would only be throwing away your life." The hours of that day passed gloomily. Sometimes the brutal sound of the hunt seemed to sweep near them, the crack of rifles, the baying of dogs, the sound of oaths. And then again all went off into silence, and nothing was heard but the innocent patter of leaf upon leaf, and the warbling birds singing cheerily, ignorant of the abyss of cruelty and crime over which they sang. Toward sunset a rustling was heard in the branches of the oak, and Dred dropped down into the enclosure, wet and soiled and wearied. All gathered round him in a moment. "Where is Jim?" asked Harriet. "Slain," said Dred. "The archers pressed him sore, and he hath fallen in the wilderness." There was a general exclamation of horror. Dred made a movement to sit down on the earth. He lost his balance and fell, and they all saw now what they at first had not noticed, a wound in his breast, from which the blood was welling. His wife fell by his side with wild moans of sorrow. He lifted his hand and motioned her from him. "Peace," he said, "peace. It is enough. Behold, I go unto the witnesses who cry day and night." The circle stood round him in mute horror and surprise. Clayton was the first who had the presence of mind to kneel and staunch the blood. Dred looked at him, his calm, large eyes filled with supernatural light. "All over," he said. He put his hand calmly to his side and felt the gushing blood. He took some in his hand and threw it upward, crying out with wild energy in the words of an ancient prophet, "O earth, 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 cover thou not my blood." Behind the dark barrier of the woods, the sun was setting gloriously. Piles of loose floating clouds, which all day long had been moving through the sky in white and silvery stillness, now one after another took up the rosy flush and became each one a light bearer, filled with ethereal radiance. And the birds sang on as they ever sing, unterrified by the great wail of human sorrow. It was evident to the little circle that he who is mightier than the kings of earth was there, and that splendid frame, which had so long rejoiced in the exuberance of health and strength, was now to be resolved again into the eternal elements. "Harry," he said, "lay me beneath the heap of witness. Let the God of their fathers judge between us." End of Dred, Chapter 52. All over.
Chapter 53 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. Dred, Chapter 53, The Burial. The death of Dred fell like a night of despair on the hearts of the little fugitive circle in the swamps, on the hearts of multitudes in the surrounding plantations, who had regarded him as a prophet and a deliverer. He in whom they trusted was dead. The splendid athletic form, so full of wild vitality, the powerful arm, the trained and keen-seeing eye, all struck down at once. The grand and solemn voice hushed, and all the splendid poetry of olden time, the inspiring symbols and prophetic dreams, which had so wrought upon his own soul, and with which he had wrought upon the souls of others, seemed to pass away with him, and to recede into the distance and become unsubstantial, like the remembered sounds of mighty winds or solemn visions of evening clouds in times long departed. On that night, when the woods had ceased to reverberate the brutal sounds of baying dogs and the more brutal profanity of drunken men, when the leaves stood still on the trees, and the forest lay piled up in the darkness like black clouds, and the morning star was standing like a calm angelic presence above them, there might have been heard in the little clearing a muffled sound of footsteps, treading heavily, and voices of those that wept with a repressed and quiet weeping, as they bore the wild chieftain to his grave beneath the blasted tree. Of the undaunted circle, who had met there at the same hour many evenings before, some had dared to be present tonight, for hearing the report of the hunt, they had left their huts on the plantations by stealth when all were asleep, and, eluding the vigilance of the patrols, the night watch, which commonly guards plantations, had come to the forest to learn the fate of their friends, and bitter was the dismay and anguish which filled their souls when they learned the result. It is melancholy to reflect that among the children of one father, an event which excites in one class bitterness and lamentation should in another be cause of exultation and triumph. But the world has been thousands of years, and not yet learned the first two words of the Lord's Prayer, and not until all tribes and nations have learned these will his kingdom come, and his will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Among those who stood around the grave, none seemed more bowed down and despairing than one whom we have before introduced to the reader under the name of Hannibal. He was a tall and splendidly formed Negro, whose large head, high forehead, and marked features indicated resolution and intellectual ability. He had been all his life held as the property of an uneducated man of very mean and parsimonious character, who was singularly divided in his treatment of him by a desire to make the most of his energies and capabilities as a slave, and a fear lest they should develop so fast as to render him unfit for the condition of slavery. Hannibal had taught himself to read and write, but the secret of the acquisition was guarded in his own bosom, as vigilantly as the traveler among thieves would conceal in his breast an inestimable diamond. For he well knew that were these acquisitions discovered, his master's fears would be so excited as to lead him to realize at once a present sum upon him, by selling him to the more hopeless prison house of the far South, thus separating him from his wife and family. Hannibal was generally employed as the keeper of the ferry boat by his master, and during the hours when he was waiting for passengers found many opportunities for gratifying, in an imperfect manner, his thirst for knowledge. Those who have always had books about them more than they could or would read know nothing of the passionate eagerness with which a repressed and starved intellect devours in secret its stolen food. In a little chink between the logs of his ferry house there was secreted a Bible, a copy of Robinson Crusoe, and an odd number of a northern newspaper which had been dropped from the pocket of a passenger. And when the door was shut and barred at night, and his bit of pine not lighted, he would take these out and read them hour by hour. There he yearned after the wild freedom of the desolate island. He placed his wife and children, in imagination, in the little barricaded abode of Robinson. He hunted and made coats of skin, and gathered strange fruits from trees with unknown names, and felt himself a free man. Over a soul so strong and so repressed, It is not to be wondered at that Dred should have acquired a peculiar power. The study of the Bible had awakened in his mind that vague tumult of aspirations and hopes which it ever excites in the human breast, and he was prompt to believe that the Lord who visited Israel in Egypt had listened to the sighings of their captivity, and sent a prophet and a deliverer to his people. Like a torch carried in a stormy night, this hope had blazed up within him, but the cold blast of death had whistled by, and it was extinguished forever. Among the small band that stood around the dead on the edge of the grave, he stood, looking fixedly on the face of the departed. In the quaint and shaggy mound to which Dred had attached that strange, rugged Oriental appellation, Jeger Sehadatha, or the Heap of Witness, there was wildly flaring a huge pine-knot torch, whose light fell with a red, distinct glare on the prostrate form that lay there like a kingly cedar, uprooted, no more to wave its branches in air, yet mighty in its fall, with all the shaggy majesty of its branches around. Whatever might have been the strife and struggle of the soul once imprisoned in that form, there was stamped upon the sombre face an expression of majestic and mournful tranquillity, as if that long-suffering and gracious God, to whose judgment he had made his last appeal, had rendered that judgment in mercy. When the statesmen and mighty men of our race die, though they had the weaknesses and sins of humanity, they want not orators in the church to draw the veil gently, to speak softly of their errors and loudly of their good, and to predict for them, if not an abundant entrance, yet at least a safe asylum among the blessed, and something not to be rebuked in our common nature, inclines to join in a hopeful Amen. It is not easy for us to believe that a great and powerful soul can be lost to God and itself forever. But he who lies here so still and mournfully in this flickering torchlight had struggling within him the energies which make the patriot and the prophet. Crushed beneath a mountain of ignorance, they rose blind and distorted. Yet had knowledge enlightened and success crowned them, his name might have been with that of Toussaint, celebrated in mournful sonnet by the deepest thinking poet of the age. Thou hast left behind powers that will work for thee, air, earth, and skies. There's not a breathing of the common wind that will forget thee. Thou hast great allies. Thy friends are exultations, agonies, and love, and man's unconquerable mind. The weight of so great an affliction seemed to have repressed the usual vivacity with which the Negro is wont to indulge the expression of grief. When the body was laid down by the side of the grave, there was for a time a silence so deep that the rustling of the leaves and the wild doleful clamor of the frogs and turtles in the swamps and the surge of the winds in the pine tree-tops were all that met the ear. Even the wife of the dead stood with her shawl wrapped tightly about her, rocking to and fro as if in the extremity of grief. An old man in the company, who had officiated sometimes as preacher among the negroes, began to sing a well-known hymn very commonly used at Negro funerals, possibly because its wild and gloomy imagery has something exciting to their quick imaginations. The words rose on the night air. Hark from the tombs a doleful sound, my ears attend the cry. Ye living men, come view the ground where you must shortly lie. During the singing of this verse, Hannibal stood silent, with his arms gloomily folded, his eyes fixed on the lifeless face. gradually the sentiment seemed to inspire his soul with a kind of serene triumph. He lifted his head and joined his deep bass voice in the singing of the second verse. Princess, this clay must be your bed, in spite of all your towers. The tall, the wise, the reverend head must lie as low as ours. Yes, he said, brethren, that will be the way of it. They triumph and lord it over us now, but their pomp will be brought down to the grave, and the noise of their vials. The worm shall be spread under them, and the worm shall cover them. And when we come to stand together at the judgment seat, our testimony will be took there, if it never was afore. And the Lord will judge atween us and our oppressors. That's one comfort. Now, brethren, let's just lay him in the grave. And he that's a better man, or would have done better in his place, let him judge him, if he dares. They lifted him up and laid him into the grave, and in a few moments all the mortal signs by which that soul had been known on earth had vanished, to appear no more till the great day of judgment and decision. End of chapter 53. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 54 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher STOWE. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dred, Chapter 54, The Escape. Clayton had not been an unsympathizing or inattentive witness of these scenes. It is true that he knew not the whole depth of the affair, but Harry's letter and his own observations had led him without explanation to feel that there was a perilous degree of excitement in some of the actors in the scene before him, which, unless some escape valve were opened, might lead to most fatal results. The day after the funeral, he talked with Harry, wisely and kindly, assuming nothing to himself on the ground either of birth or position, showing to him the undesirableness and hopelessness, under present circumstances, of any attempt to right by force the wrongs under which his class were suffering, and opening to him and his associates a prospect of a safer way by flight to the Free States. One can scarcely appreciate the moral resolution and force of character which could make a person in Clayton's position in society, himself sustaining in the eye of the law the legal relation of a slaveholder, give advice of this kind. No crime is visited with more unsparing rigor by the regime of Southern society than the aiding or abetting the escape of a slave. He who does it is tried as a Negro stealer, and in some states, death. In others, a long and disgraceful imprisonment in the penitentiary is the award. For granting the slightest assistance and succor in cases like these, for harboring the fugitive for even a night, for giving him the meanest shelter and food, persons have been stripped of their whole property, and turned out destitute upon the world. Others, for no other crime, have languished years in unhealthy dungeons, and coming out at last with broken health and wasted energies. Nor has the most saintly patience and purity of character in the victim been able to lessen or mitigate the penalty. It was therefore only by the discerning power of a mind sufficiently clear and strong to see its way through the mists of educational association that Clayton could feel himself to be doing right in thus violating the laws and customs of the social state under which he was born. But in addition to his belief in the inalienable right of every man to liberty, he had at this time a firm conviction that nothing but the removal of some of these minds from the oppressions which were goading them could prevent a development of bloody insurrection. It is probable that nothing has awakened more bitterly the animosity of the slaveholding community than the existence in the northern states of an indefinite yet very energetic institution known as the Underground Railroad. And yet, would they but reflect wisely on the things that belong to their peace, they would know that this has removed many a danger from their dwellings. One has only to become well acquainted with some of those fearless and energetic men who have found their way to freedom by its means, to feel certain that such minds and hearts would have proved in time an incendiary magazine under the scorching reign of slavery. But, by means of this, men of that class who cannot be kept in slavery have found a road to liberty which endangered the shedding of no blood but their own, and the record of the strange and perilous means by which these escapes have been accomplished sufficiently shows the resolute nature of the men by whom they were undertaken. It was soon agreed that a large party of fugitives should, in concert, effect their escape. Harry, being so white as easily to escape detection out of the immediate vicinity where he was known, assumed the task of making arrangements, for which he was amply supplied with money by Clayton. It is well known that there are, during the greater part of the year, lumberers engaged in the cutting and making of shingles, who have extensive camps in the swamp, and live there for months at a time. These camps are made by laying foundations of logs on the spongy soil, thus forming platforms on which rude cabins are erected. In the same manner, roads are constructed into distant parts of the swamp by means of which transportation is carried on. There is also a canal cut through the middle of the swamp, on which small sailing craft pass backwards and forwards with shingles and produce. In the employ of these lumberers are multitudes of slaves hired from surrounding proprietors. They live here in a situation of comparative freedom, being obliged to make a certain number of staves or shingles within a stipulated time, and being furnished with very comfortable provision. Living thus somewhat in the condition of freemen, they are said to be more intelligent, energetic, and self-respecting than the generality of slaves. The camp of the fugitives had not been without intercourse with the camp of lumberers some 5 miles distant. In cases of straits, they had received secret supplies from them, and 1 or 2 of the more daring and intelligent of the slave lumberers had attended some of Dred's midnight meetings. It was determined, therefore, to negotiate with one of the slaves who commanded a lighter, or small vessel, in which lumber was conveyed to Norfolk to assist their escape. On some consultation, however, it was found that the numbers wanting to escape were so large as not to be able, without exciting suspicion, to travel together, and it was therefore decided to make 2 detachments. Milly had determined to cast in her lot with the fugitives, out of regard to her grandchild, poor little Tomtit, whose utter and merry thoughtlessness formed a touching contrast to the gravity and earnestness of her affections and desires for him. He was to her the only remaining memorial of a large family which had been torn from her by the ordinary reverses and chances of slavery, and she clung to him, therefore, with the undivided energy of her great heart. As far as her own rights were concerned, she would have made a willing surrender of them, remaining patiently in the condition wherein she was called, and bearing injustice and oppression as a means of spiritual improvement, and seeking to do what good lay in her power. Every individual has an undoubted right, if he chooses thus to resign the rights and privileges of his earthly birthright. But the question is a very different one when it involves the improvement and the immortal interests of those for whom the ties of blood oblige him to have care. Milly, who viewed everything with the eye of a Christian, was far less impressed by the rigor and severity of Tom Gordon's administration than by the dreadful demoralization of character which he brought upon the plantation. Tomtit, being a bright, handsome child, his master had taken a particular fancy to him. He would always have him about his person, and treated him with the same mixture of indulgence and caprice which one would bestow upon a spaniel. He took particular pleasure in teaching him to drink and to swear, apparently for nothing else than the idle amusement it afforded him to witness the exhibition of such accomplishments in so young a child. In vain, Milly, who dared use more freedom with him than any other servant, expostulated. He laughed or swore at her, according to the state in which he happened to be. Milly, therefore, determined at once to join the flying party, and to take her darling with her. Perhaps she would not have been able to accomplish this had not what she considered a rather fortunate reverse about this time brought Tom Tit into disgrace with his master. Owing to some piece of careless mischief which he had committed, he had been beaten with a severity as thoughtless as the indulgence he had other times received, and, while bruised and trembling from this infliction, he was fully ready to fly anywhere. Quite unexpectedly to all parties, it was discovered that Tom Gordon's confidential servant and valet, Jim, was one of the most forward to escape. This man, from that peculiar mixture of boldness, adroitness, cunning, and drollery, which often exists among Negroes, had stood for years as prime and undisputed favorite with his master. He had never wanted for money, or for anything that money could purchase, and he had had an almost unreproved liberty of saying in an odd fashion what he pleased, with the licensed audacity of a court buffoon. One of the slaves expressed astonishment that he, in his favored position, should think of such a thing. Jim gave a knowing inclination of his head to one side, and said, "Fact is, brethren, this child is just tired of these here partnership concerns. I and master, we has all things in common, sure enough, but then I'd rather have less of 'em, and have something that's mine. Sides which, I'm never going to have a wife till I can get one that'll belong to myself. Now there's a thing I'm particular about." The conspirators were wont to hold their meetings nightly in the woods near the swamp for purposes of concert and arrangement. Jim had been trusted so much to come and go at his own pleasure that he felt little fear of detection, always having some plausible excuse on hand if inquiries were made. It is to be confessed that he had been a very profane and irreverent fellow, often attending prayer meetings and other religious exercises of the Negroes, for no other apparent purpose than to be able to give burlesque imitations of all the proceedings for the amusement of his master and his master's vile associates. Whenever, therefore, he was missed, he would upon inquiry assert with a knowing wink that he's been out to the prayer meeting. "Seems to me, Jim," says Tom one morning, when he felt particularly ill-natured, "seems to me you're doing nothing but going to meeting lately. I don't like it, and I'm not going to have it. Some deviltry or other you are up to, and I'm going to put a stop to it. Now, mind yourself. Don't you go any more, or I'll give you—" We shall not mention particularly what Tom was in the habit of threatening to give. Here was a dilemma. One attendance more in the woods this very night was necessary, was indeed indispensable. Jim put all his powers of pleasing into requisition. Never had he made such desperate efforts to be entertaining. He sang, he danced, he mimicked sermons, carried on mock meetings, and seemed to whip all things sacred and profane together in one great syllabub of uproarious merriment, and this to an idle man, with a whole day upon his hands, and an urgent necessity for never having time to think, was no small affair. Tom mentally reflected in the evening, as he lay stretched out in the veranda smoking his cigar, what in the world he should do without Jim to keep him in spirits. And Jim, under cover of the day's glory, had ventured to request of his master the liberty of an hour, which he employed in going to his tryst in the woods. This was a bold step, considering how positively he had been forbidden to do it in the morning. But Jim heartily prayed to his own wits, the only God he had ever been taught to worship, to help him out once more. He was returning home, hastening in order to be in season for his master's bedtime, hoping to escape unquestioned as to where he had been. The appointments had all been made, and between 2 and 3 o'clock that night the whole party were to strike out upon their course, and ere morning to have traveled the first stage of their pilgrimage towards freedom. Already the sense of a new nature was beginning to dawn on Jim's mind, a sense of something graver, steadier, and more manly than the wild, frolicsome life he had been leading, and his bosom throbbed with a strange, new, unknown hope. Suddenly, on the very boundary of the spot where the wood joins the plantation, whom should he meet but Tom Gordon, sent there as if he had been warned by his evil stars. "Now, Lord help me, if there is any Lord," said Jim. "Well, I's got to blaze it out now the best way I can." He walked directly up to his master, with his usual air of saucy assurance. "Why, Jim," said Tom, "where have you been? I've been looking for you." "Why, bless you, massa, honey, I's been out to the meeting." "Didn't I tell you, you dog," said Tom with an oath, "that you were not to go to any more of those meetings?" "Why, laws, Massa Honeychild, for my heavenly master, I done forgot every word you said," said Jim. "I so kinda tumbled up and down this day, and things has been so curious." The ludicrous grimace in tone and attitude of affected contrition with which all this was said rather amused Tom, and though he still maintained an air of sternness, the subtle negro saw at once his advantage, and added, "Clara, if I isn't most dead, old Pomp he preached and he gets me so full of grace I's fit to bust. Has to do something wicked, else I'll get translated one of these here days like 'Lijah, and then who's Master Halford to wait on him?" "I don't believe you've been to meeting," said Tom, eyeing him with affected suspicion. "You've been out on some spree." "Why, laws, Massa Honey, you hurt my feelings. Why now, I's in hopes you'd say you see the grace a-shining out all over me. Why, I's been in a clear state of glorification all this evening. That there old Pomp, there's no mistake. He does lift a body up powerful." "You don't remember a word he said, now, I'll bet," said Tom. "Where was the text?" "Text?" said Jim with assurance. "'Twas in the 24th chapter of Jerusalem, 16th verse." "Well," said Tom, "what was it? I should like to know." "Laws, master, I believe I can peat it," said Jim with an indescribable air of waggish satisfaction. "'Twas this year, 'Ye shall search for me in the morning, and ye won't find me.' That there's a mighty solemn text, master, and you ought to be 'flecting on it." And Tom had occasion to reflect upon it the next morning, when, having stormed and sworn and pulled until he broke the bell wire, no Jim appeared. It was some time before he could actually realize or believe he was gone. The ungrateful dog, the impudent puppy who had had all his life everything he wanted to run away from him. Tom aroused the whole country in pursuit, and as servants were found missing in many other plantations, there was a general excitement through the community. The trumpet of liberty began to blow dolorous notes, and articles headed "The Results of Abolitionist Teaching" and "Covert Incendiarism" began to appear. It was recommended that a general search should be made through the country for all persons tinctured with abolitionist sentiments, and immediate measures pursued to oblige them to leave the state forthwith. One or two respectable gentlemen who were in the habit of taking the National Era were visited by members of a vigilance committee, and informed that they must immediately drop the paper or leave the state. And when one of them talked of his rights as a free citizen, and inquired how they would enforce their requisitions, supposing he determined to stand for his liberty, the party informed him succinctly to the following purport: "If you do not comply, your corn, grain, and fodder will be burned, your cattle driven off, and if you persist, your house will be set on fire and consumed, and you will never know who does it." When the good gentleman inquired if this was freedom, his instructors informed him that freedom consisted in their right and power to make their neighbors submit to their own will and dictation, and he would find himself in a free country so far as this, that every one would feel at liberty to annoy and maltreat him so long as he opposed the popular will. This modern doctrine of liberty has of late been strikingly and edifyingly enforced on the minds of some of our brethren and sisters in the new states, to whom the offer of relinquishing their principles or their property and lives has been tendered with the same admirable explicitness. It is scarcely necessary to remark that both these worthy gentlemen, to use the language of their conquerors, caved in, and thus escaped with no other disadvantage than a general plundering of their smoke-houses. The hams, in which were thought a desirable addition to a triumphal entertainment proposed to be given in honor of law and order by the associate bands of the glorious immortal coons, the bodyguard, which was Tom Gordon's instrument in all these exploits. In fact, this association, although wanting the advantage of an ordaining prayer and a distribution of Bibles, as has been the case with some more recently sent from southern states, to beat the missionary drum of state rights and the principles of law and order on our frontiers, yet conducted themselves in a manner which might have won them approbation even in Colonel Buford's regiment, giving such exhibitions of liberty as were sufficient to justify all despots for putting it down by force for centuries to come. Tom Gordon was the great organizer and leader of all these operations. His suspicions had connected Clayton with the disappearance of his slaves, and he followed upon his track with the sagacity of a bloodhound. The outrage which he had perpetrated upon him in the forest, so far from being a matter of shame or concealment, was paraded as a cause for open boast and triumph. Tom rode about with his arm in a sling as a wounded hero, and received touching testimonials and demonstrations from sundry ladies of his acquaintance for his gallantry and spirit. When, on the present occasion, he found the pursuit of his slaves hopeless, his wrath and malice knew no bounds, and he determined to stir up and enkindle against Clayton to the utmost degree the animosities of the planters around his estate of Magnolia Grove. This it was not difficult to do. We have already shown how much latent discontent and heartburning had been excited by the course which Clayton and his sister had pursued on their estate. Tom Gordon had a college acquaintance with the eldest son of one of the neighboring families, a young man of as reckless and dissipated habits as his own. Hearing, therefore, that Clayton had retired to Magnolia Grove, he accepted an invitation of this young man to make him a visit, principally, as it would appear, for the purpose of instigating some mischief. End of Chapter 54. The Escape. Recording by Pete McElveen. Chapter 55 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dred, Chapter 55, Lynch Law Again. The reader next beholds Clayton at Magnolia Grove, whither he had fled to recruit his exhausted health and spirits. He had been accompanied there by Frank Russell. Our readers may often have observed how long habits of intimacy may survive between two persons who have embarked in moral courses, which, if pursued, must eventually separate them forever. For such is the force of moral elements, that the ambitious and self-seeking cannot always walk with those who love good for its own sake. In this world, however, where all these things are imperfectly developed, habits of intimacy often subsist a long time between the most opposing affinities. The fact was that Russell would not give up the society of Clayton. He admired the very thing in him which he wanted himself, and he comforted himself for not listening to his admonitions by the tolerance and good nature with which he had always heard them. When he heard that he was ill, he came to him and insisted upon traveling with him, attending him with the utmost fidelity and kindness. Clayton had not seen Anne before since his affliction, both because his time had been very much engaged, and because they who cannot speak of their sorrows often shrink from the society of those whose habits of intimacy and affection might lead them to desire such confidence. But he was not destined in his new retreat to find the peace he desired. Our readers may remember that there were intimations conveyed through his sister some time since of discontent arising in the neighborhood. The presence of Tom Gordon soon began to make itself felt. As a conductor introduced into an electric atmosphere will draw to itself the fluid, so he became an organizing point for the prevailing dissatisfaction. He went to dinner parties and talked. He wrote in the nearest paper. He excited the inflammable and inconsiderate. And before he had been there many weeks, a vigilance association was formed among the younger and more hot-headed of his associates to search out and extirpate covert abolitionism. Anne and her brother first became sensible of an entire cessation of all those neighborly acts of kindness and hospitality in which Southern people, when in good humor, are so abundant. At last, one day Clayton was informed that 3 or 4 gentlemen of his acquaintance were wishing to see him in the parlor below. On descending, he was received first by his nearest neighbor, Judge Oliver, a fine-looking elderly gentleman of influential family connection. He was attended by Mr. Bradshaw, whom we have already introduced to our readers, and by a Mr. Knapp, who was a very wealthy planter, a man of great energy and ability, who had for some years figured as the representative of his native state in Congress. It was evident by the embarrassed air of the party that they had come on business of no pleasing character. It is not easy for persons, however much excited they may be, to enter at once upon offensive communications to persons who receive them with calm and gentlemanly civility. Therefore, after being seated, and having discussed the ordinary topics of the weather and the crops, the party looked one upon another, in a little uncertainty which should begin the real business of the interview. "Mr. Clayton," at length said Judge Oliver, "we are really sorry to be obliged to make disagreeable communications to you. We have all of us had the sincerest respect for your family and for yourself. I have known and honored your father many years, Mr. Clayton, and for my own part, I must say I anticipated much pleasure from your residence in our neighborhood. I am really concerned to be obliged to say anything unpleasant, but I am under the necessity of telling you that the course you have been pursuing with regard to your servants, being contrary to the laws and usages of our social institutions, can no longer be permitted among us. You are aware that the teaching of slaves to read and write is forbidden by the law under severe penalties. We have always been liberal in the interpretation of this law. Exceptional violations conducted with privacy and discretion in the case of favored servants whose general good conduct seems to merit such confidence have from time to time existed and passed among us without notice or opposition. But the institution of a regular system of instruction to the extent and degree which exists upon your plantation is a thing so directly in the face of the law that we can no longer tolerate it, and we have determined, unless this course is dropped, to take measures to put the law into execution. I had paid my adopted state the compliment, said Clayton, to suppose such laws to be a mere relic of barbarous ages, which the practical Christianity of our times would treat as a dead letter. I began my arrangements in all good faith, not dreaming that there could be found those who would oppose a course so evidently called for by the spirit of the gospel and the spirit of the age. You are entirely mistaken, sir, said Mr. Knapp in a tone of great decision, if you suppose these laws are, or can ever be, a matter of indifference to us, or can be suffered to become a dead letter. Sir, they are founded in the very nature of our institutions. They are indispensable to the preservation of our property and the safety of our families. Once educate the Negro population, and the whole system of our domestic institutions is at an end. Our Negroes have acquired already, by living among us, a degree of sagacity and intelligence, which makes it difficult to hold an even rein over them, and once open the flood-gates of education, and there is no saying where they and we might be carried. I, for my part, do not approve of these exceptional instances Judge Oliver mentioned. Generally speaking, those Negroes whose intelligence and good conduct would make them the natural recipients of such favors are precisely the ones who ought not to be trusted with them. It ruins them. Why, just look at the history of the insurrection that very nearly cut off the whole city of Charleston. What sort of men were those who got it up? They were just your steady, thoughtful, well-conducted men. Just the kind of men that people are teaching to read, because they think they're so good it can do no harm. Sir, my father was one of the magistrates on the trial of those men, and I have heard him say often that there was not one man of bad character among them. They had all been remarkable for their good character. Why, there was that Denmark Vesey, who was the head of it. For 20 years he served his master and was the most faithful creature that ever breathed. And after he got his liberty, everybody respected him and liked him. Why, at first my father said the magistrates could not be brought to arrest him. They were so sure that he could not have been engaged in such an affair. Now, all the leaders in that affair could read and write. They kept their lists of names, and nobody knows or ever will know how many were down on them. for those fellows were deep as the grave, and you could not get a word out of 'em. Sir, they died and made no sign. But all this is a warning to us." "And do you think," said Clayton, "that if men of that degree of energy and intelligence are refused instruction, they will not find means to get knowledge for themselves? And if they do get it themselves, in spite of your precautions, they will assuredly use it against you. The fact is, gentlemen, it is inevitable that a certain degree of culture must come from their intercourse with us, and minds of a certain class will be stimulated to desire more, and all the barriers we put up will only serve to inflame curiosity, and will make them feel a perfect liberty to use the knowledge they conquer from us against us. In my opinion, the only sure defense against insurrection is systematic education, by which we shall acquire that influence over their minds which our superior cultivation will enable us to hold. Then, as fast as they become fitted to enjoy rights, we must grant them." "Not we, indeed," said Mr. Knapp, striking his cane upon the floor. "We are not going to lay down our power in that way. We will not allow any such beginning. We must hold them down firmly and consistently. For my part, I dislike even the system of oral religious instruction. It starts their minds and leads them to want something more. It's indiscreet, and I always said so. As for teaching them out of the Bible, why, the Bible is the most exciting book that ever was put together. It always starts up the mind, and it's unsafe." "Don't you see," said Clayton, "what an admission you're making? What sort of a system must this be that requires such a course to sustain it?" "I can't help that," said Mr. Knapp. "There's millions and millions invested in it, and we can't afford to risk such an amount of property for mere abstract speculation. The system is as good as 40 other systems that have prevailed and will prevail. We can't take the framework of society to pieces. We must proceed with things as they are. And now, Mr. Clayton, another thing I have to say to you," said he, looking excited and getting up and walking the floor. "It has been discovered that you receive incendiary documents through the post office, and this cannot be permitted, sir." The color flushed into Clayton's face, and his eye kindled as he braced himself in his chair. "By what right," he says, "does anyone pry into what I receive through the post office? Am I not a free man?" "No, sir, you are not," said Mr. Knapp. "Not free to receive that which may imperil a whole neighborhood. You are not free to store barrels of gunpowder on your premises where they may blow up ours. Sir, we are obliged to hold the mail under supervision in this state, and suspected persons will not be allowed to receive communications without oversight. Don't you remember that the General Post Office was broken open in Charleston, and all the abolition documents taken out of the mail bags and consumed, and a general meeting of all the most respectable citizens, headed by the clergy in their robes of office, solemnly confirmed the deed?" "I think, Mr. Knapp," said Judge Oliver, interposing in a milder tone, "that your excitement is carrying you further than you're aware. I should rather hope that Mr. Clayton would perceive the reasonableness of our demand, and of himself forego the taking of these incendiary documents." "I take no incendiary documents," said Clayton warmly. "It is true I take an anti-slavery paper, edited at Washington, in which the subject is fairly and coolly discussed. I hold it no more than every man's duty to see both sides of a question." "Well, there now," said Mr. Knapp, "you see the disadvantage of having your slaves taught to read. If they could not read your papers, it would be no matter what you took. But to have them get to reasoning on these subjects, and spread their reasonings through our plantations, why, there'll be the devil to pay at once." "You must be sensible," said Judge Oliver, "that there must be some individual rights which we resign for the public good. I have looked over the paper you speak of, and I acknowledge it seems to me very fair. But then, in our peculiar and critical position, it might prove dangerous to have such reading about my house, and I never have it." In that case, said Clayton, I wonder you don't suppress your own newspapers, for as long as there is a congressional discussion, or a 4th of July oration, or senatorial speech in them, so long they are full of incendiary excitement. Our history is full of it. Our state bills of rights are full of it. The lives of our fathers are full of it. We must suppress our whole literature if we would avoid it. Now, don't you see, said Mr. Knapp, you have stated just so many reasons why slaves must not learn to read. To be sure I do, said Clayton, if they are always to remain slaves, if we are never to have any views of emancipation for them. Well, they are to remain slaves, said Mr. Knapp, speaking with excitement. Their condition is a finality. We will not allow the subject of emancipation to be discussed even. Then God have mercy on you, said Clayton solemnly, for it is my firm belief that in resisting the progress of human freedom, you will be found fighting against God. It isn't the cause of human freedom, said Mr. Knapp hastily. They are not human. They are an inferior race made expressly for subjection and servitude. The Bible teaches this plainly. Why don't you teach him to read it then? Said Clayton coolly. The long and the short of the matter is, Mr. Clayton, said Mr. Knapp, walking nervously up and down the room, you'll find this is not a matter to be trifled with. We come as your friends to warn you, and if you don't listen to our warnings, we shall not hold ourselves responsible for what may follow. You ought to have some consideration for your sister, if not for yourself. I confess, said Clayton, I had done the chivalry of South Carolina the honor to think that a lady could have nothing to fear. It is so generally, said Judge Oliver, but on this subject there is such a dreadful excitability in the public mind that we cannot control it. You remember when the commissioner was sent by the legislature of Massachusetts to Charleston. He came with his daughter, a very cultivated and elegant young lady. But the mob was rising, and we could not control it, and we had to go and beg them to leave the city. I, for one, wouldn't have been at all answerable for the consequences if they had remained. I must confess, Judge Oliver, said Clayton, that I have been surprised this morning to hear South Carolinians palliating to such events in your history, resulting from mob violence as the breaking open of the post office and the insult to the representative of a sister state, who came in the most peaceable and friendly spirit, and to womanhood in the person of an accomplished lady. Is this hydra-headed monster, the mob, to be our governor? Oh, it is only upon this subject, said all three of the gentlemen at once. This subject is exceptional. And do you think, said Clayton, that you can set the land on fire to burn just so high and no higher? You may depend upon it, you will find that you cannot. The mob that you smile on and encourage when it does work that suits you will one day prove itself your master in a manner that you will not like. Well now, Mr. Clayton, said Mr. Bradshaw, who had not hitherto spoken, you see, this is a very disagreeable subject, but the fact is we came in a friendly way to you. We all appreciate, personally, the merits of your character and the excellence of your motives. But really, sir, there is an excitement rising. There is a state of the public mind which is getting every day more and more inflammable. I talked with Miss Anne on this subject some months ago and expressed my feelings very fully. And now, if you will only give us a pledge that you will pursue a different course, we shall have something to take hold of to quiet the popular mind. If you'll just write and stop your paper for the present, and let it be understood that your plantation system is to be stopped, then the thing will gradually cool itself off. Gentlemen, said Clayton, you are asking a very serious thing for me, and one which requires reflection. If I am violating the direct laws of the state, and these laws are to be considered as still in vital force, there is certainly some question with regard to my course, but still I have responsibilities for the moral and religious improvement of those under my care, which are equally binding. I see no course but removal from the state. Of course we should be sorry, said Judge Oliver. You should be obliged to do that. Still, we trust you will see the necessity and our motives. Necessity is the tyrant's plea, I believe, said Clayton, smiling. At all events, it is a strong one, replied Judge Oliver, smiling also. But I'm glad we have had this conversation. I think it will enable me to pacify the minds of some of our hot-headed young neighbors and prevent threatened mischief." After a little general conversation, the party separated on apparently friendly terms, and Clayton went to seek counsel with his sister and Frank Russell. Anne was indignant with that straight-out and generous indignation which belongs to women, who, generally speaking, are ready to follow their principles to any result with more inconsiderate fearlessness than men. She had none of the anxieties for herself which Clayton had for her. Having once been witness to the brutalities of a slave mob, Clayton could not, without a shudder, connect any such possibilities with his sister. "I think," said Anne, "we had better give up this miserable sham of a free government, of freedom of speech, freedom of conscience, and all that, if things must go on in this way." "Oh," said Frank Russell, "the fact is that our republic in these states is like that of Venice. It's not a democracy, but an oligarchy, and the mob is its standing army. We are, all of us, under the Council of 10, which has its eyes everywhere. We are free enough as long as our actions please them. When they don't, we shall find their noose around our necks. It's very edifying, certainly, to have these gentlemen call on you, to tell you they will not be answerable for consequences of excitement which they are all the time stirring up. For after all, who cares what you do, if they don't? The large proprietors are the ones interested. The rabble are their hands. And this warning about popular excitement just means, sir, if you don't take care, I shall let out my dogs, and then I won't be answerable for consequences." "And you call this liberty?" said Anne indignantly. "Oh, well," said Russell, "this is a world of humbugs. We call it liberty because it's an agreeable name. After all, what is liberty that people make such a breeze about? We are all slaves to one thing or another. Nobody is absolutely free except Robinson Crusoe in the desolate island, and he tears all his shirts to pieces and hangs them up as signals of distress, that he may get back into slavery again." "For all that," said Anne, warming, "I know there is such a thing as liberty. All that nobleness and enthusiasm which has animated people in all ages for liberty cannot be in vain. Who does not thrill at those words of the Marseillaise? O liberty, can men resign thee, once having felt thy generous flame? Can dungeons, bolts, or bars confine thee, or whips thy noble spirit tame?" "These are certainly agreeable myths," said Russell, "but these things will not bear any close looking into. Liberty has generally meant the liberty of me and my nation and my class to do what we please, which is a very pleasant thing, certainly, to those who are on the upper side of the wheel, and probably involving much that's disagreeable to those who are under." "That is a heartless, unbelieving way of talking," said Anne, with tears in her eyes. "I know there have been some right, true, noble souls, in whom the love of liberty has meant the love of right, and the desire that every human brother should have what rightly belongs to him. It is not my liberty, nor our liberty, but the principle of liberty itself that they strove for." "Such a principle, carried out logically, would make smashing work in this world," said Russell. "In this sense, where is there a free government on earth? What nation ever does, or ever did, respect the right of the weaker, or ever will till the millennium comes? And that's too far off to be of much use in practical calculations. So let's break our hearts about a name. For my part, I am more concerned about these implied threats. As I said before, the hand of Joab is in this thing. Tom Gordon is visiting in this neighborhood, and you may depend upon it that this in some way comes from him. He is a perfectly reckless fellow, and I am afraid of some act of violence. If he should bring up a mob, whatever they do, there will be no redress for you. These respectable gentlemen, your best friends, will fold their hands and say, 'Ah, poor fellow, we told him so,' while others will put their hands complacently in their pockets and say, 'Served him right.'" "I think," said Clayton, "there will be no immediate violence. I understood that they pledged as much when they departed." "If Tom Gordon is in the camp," said Russell, They may find that they have reckoned without their host in promising that. There are 2 or 3 young fellows in this vicinity who, with his energy to direct them, are reckless enough for anything, and there is always an abundance of excitable rabble to be got for a drink of whiskey. The event proved that Russell was right. Anne's bedroom was in the back part of the cottage, opposite the little grove where stood her schoolroom. She was awakened about 1 o'clock that night by a broad, ruddy glare of light, which caused her at first to start from her bed with the impression that the house was on fire. At the same instant she perceived that the air was full of barbarous and dissonant sounds, such as the beating of tin pans, the braying of horns, and shouts of savage merriment, intermingled with slang oaths and curses. In a moment, recovering herself, she perceived that it was her schoolhouse which was in a blaze, crisping and shriveling the foliage of the beautiful trees by which it was surrounded, and filling the air with a lurid light. She hastily dressed, and in a few moments Clayton and Russell knocked at the door. Both were looking very pale. "Don't be alarmed," said Clayton, putting his arm around her with that manner which shows that there is everything to fear. "I am going out to speak to them." "Indeed, you are going to do no such thing," said Frank Russell decidedly. "This is no time for any extra displays of heroism. These men are insane with whiskey and excitement. They have probably been especially inflamed against you, and your presence would irritate them still more. Let me go out. I understand the ignoble vulgus better than you do. Besides which, providentially, I haven't any conscience to prevent my saying and doing what is necessary for an emergency. You shall see me lead off this whole yelling pack at my heels in triumph. And now, Clayton, you take care of Anne like a good fellow till I come back, which may be about 4 or 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. I shall toll all these fellows down to Muggins, and leave them so drunk they cannot stand for 1-3 hours. So saying, Frank proceeded hastily to disguise himself in a shaggy old greatcoat, and to tie around his throat a red bandana silk handkerchief, with a very fiery and dashing tie, and surmounting these equipments by an old hat which had belonged to one of the servants, he stole out of the front door, and passing around through the shrubbery, was very soon lost in the throng who surrounded the burning building. He soon satisfied himself that Tom Gordon was not personally among them, that they consisted entirely of the lower class of whites. "So far so good," he said to himself, and springing on to the stump of a tree, he commenced a speech in that peculiar slang dialect which was vernacular with them, and of which he perfectly well understood the use. With his quick and ready talent for drollery, he soon had them around him in paroxysms of laughter, and, complimenting their bravery, flattering and cajoling their vanity, he soon got them completely in his power, and they assented, with a triumphant shout, to the proposition that they should go down and celebrate their victory at Muggin's grocery, a low haunt about a mile distant, whither, as he predicted, they all followed him. And he was as good as his word, in not leaving them till all were so completely under the power of liquor as to be incapable of mischief for the time being. About 9 o'clock the next day he returned, finding Clayton and Anne seated together at breakfast. "Now, Clayton," he said, seating himself, "I am going to talk to you in good, solemn earnest for once. The fact is, you are checkmated. Your plans for gradual emancipation or reform, or anything tending in that direction, are utterly hopeless. And if you want to pursue them with your own people, you must either send them to Liberia or to the northern states. There was a time 50 years ago when such things were contemplated with some degree of sincerity by all the leading minds at the South. That time is over. From the very day that they began to open new territories to slavery, the value of this kind of property mounted up so as to make emancipation a moral impossibility. It is, as they told you, a finality. And don't you see how they make everything in the Union bend to it? Why, these men are about only 3/10 of the population of the southern states, and yet the other 7/10 virtually have no existence. All they do is to vote as they are told, and they know they must, being too ignorant to know any better. The mouth of the North is stuffed with cotton, and will be kept full as long as it suits us. Good, easy gentlemen, they are so satisfied with their pillows and other accommodations inside of the car that they don't trouble themselves to reflect that we are the engineers, nor to ask where we are going. And when anyone does wake up and pipe out in melancholy inquiry, we slam the door in his face and tell him, "Mind your own business, sir," and he leans back on his cotton pillow and goes to sleep again, only whimpering a little that we might be more polite. They have their fanatics up there. We don't trouble ourselves to put them down. We make them do it. They get up mobs on our account to hoot troublesome ministers and editors out of their cities, and their men that they send to Congress invariably do all our dirty work. There's now and then an exception, it is true, but they only prove the rule. If there was any public sentiment at the North for you reformers to fall back upon, you might, in spite of your difficulties, do something, but there is not. They are all implicated with us, except the class of born fanatics like you, who are walking in that very unfashionable, narrow way we've heard of. "Well," said Anne, "let us go out of state then. I will go anywhere, but I will not stop the work that I have begun." End of Chapter 55. Lynch Law Again. Recording by Pete McElveen. Chapter 56 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher STOWE. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dred, Chapter 56. Flight. The party of fugitives which started for the North was divided into two bands. Harry, Lisette, Tiff, and his two children assumed the character of a family, of whom Harry took the part of father, Lisette the nurse, and Tiff the manservant. The money which Clayton had given them, enabling them to furnish a respectable outfit, they found no difficulty in taking passage under this character at Norfolk on board a small coasting vessel bound to New York. Never had Harry known a moment so full of joyous security as that which found him out at sea in a white-winged vessel flying with all speed toward the distant port of safety. Before they neared the coast of New York, however, there was a change in their prospects. The blue sky became darkened, and the sea, before treacherously smooth, began to rise in furious waves. The little vessel was tossed baffling about by contrary and tumultuous winds. When she began to pitch and roll in all the violence of a decided storm, Lisette and the children cried for fear. Old Tiff exerted himself for their comfort to the best of his ability. Seated on the cabin floor, with his feet firmly braced, he would hold the children in his arms, and remind them what Miss Nina had read to them of the storm that came down on the lake of Gennesareth, and how Jesus was in the hinder part of the boat, asleep on a pillow. "And he's dar yet," Tiff would say. "I wish they'd wake him up then," said Teddy disconsolately. "I don't like this dreadful noise. What does he let it be so for?" Before the close of that day the fury of the storm increased. The horrors of the night can only be told by those who have felt the like. The plunging of the vessel, the creaking and straining of the timbers, the hollow and sepulchral sound of waves striking against the hull, and the shiver with which, like a living creature, she seemed to tremble at every shock, were things frightful even to the experienced sailor, much more so to our trembling refugees. The morning dawned only to show the sailors their bark drifting helplessly toward a fatal shore, whose name is a sound of evil omen to seamen. It was not long before the final crash came, and the ship was wedged among rugged rocks, washed over every moment by the fury of the waves. All hands came now on deck for the last chance of life. One boat after another was attempted to be launched, but was swamped by the furious waters. When the last boat was essayed, there was a general rush of all on board. It was the last chance for life. In such hours, the instinctive fear of death often overbears every other consideration, and the boat was rapidly filled by the hands of the ship, who being strongest and most accustomed to such situations, were more able to effect this than their passengers. The captain alone remained standing on the wreck, and with him Harry, Lisette, Tiff, and the children. "Pass along," said the captain, hastily pressing Lisette on board, simply because she was the first that came to hand. "For the good Lord's sake," said Tiff, "put the children on board. There won't be no room for me, and 'tain't no matter. You go aboard and take care of 'em," he said, pushing Harry along. Harry mechanically sprang into the boat, and the captain after him. The boat was full. "Oh, do take poor Tiff, do," said the children, stretching their hands after their old friend. "Clear away, boys, the boat's full," shouted a dozen voices, and the boat parted from the wreck and sunk in eddies and whirls of boiling waves, foam, and spray, and went rising and sinking onward, driven toward the shore. A few, looking backwards, saw a mighty green wave come roaring and shaking its crested head, lift the hull as if it had been an eggshell, then dash it in fragments upon the rocks. This was all they knew, till they themselves were cast, wet and dripping, but still living, upon the sands. A crowd of people were gathered upon the shore, who, with the natural kindness of humanity on such occasions, gathered the drenched and sea-beaten wanderers into neighboring cottages, where food and fire and changes of dry clothing awaited them. The children excited universal sympathy and attention, and so many mothers of the neighborhood came bringing offerings of clothing that their lost wardrobe was soon very tolerably replaced. But nothing could comfort them for the loss of their old friend. In vain the little dears were tempted with offers of cake and custard and every imaginable eatable. They sat with their arms around each other, quietly weeping. No matter how unsightly the casket may be which holds all the love there is on earth for us, be that love lodged in the heart of the poorest and most uneducated, the whole world can offer no exchange for the loss of it. Tiff's devotion to these children had been so constant, so provident, so absolute, that it did not seem to them possible they could live a day without him, and the desolation of their lot seemed to grow upon them every hour. Nothing would restrain them. They would go out and look up and down if perhaps they might meet him, but they searched in vain, and Harry, who had attended them, led them back again disconsolate. "I say, Fanny," said Teddy, after they had said their prayers and lain down in their little bed, "has Tiff gone to heaven?" "Certainly he has," said Fanny, "if ever anybody went there." "Won't he come and bring us pretty soon?" said Teddy. "He won't want to be there without us, will he?" "Oh, I don't know," said Fanny. "I wish we could go. The world is so lonesome." And thus talking, the children fell asleep. But it is written in an ancient record, "Weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning." And verily, the next morning Teddy started up in bed and awakened his sister with a cry of joy. "Oh, Fanny, Fanny, Tiff isn't dead. I heard him laughing." Fanny started up, and sure enough there came through the partition which separated their little sleeping room from the kitchen a sound very much like Tiff's old unctuous laugh. One would have thought no other pair of lungs could have rolled out the jolly ho, ho, ho with such a joyous fullness of intonation. The children hastily put on their clothes and opened the door. "Why, bless the Lord, Papa, here they is sure enough. Ho, ho, ho," said Tiff, stretching out his arms, while both the children ran and hung upon him. "Oh, Tiff, we are so glad. Oh, we thought you was drowned. We've been thinking so all night." "No, no, no, bless the Lord. You don't get shed of old Tiff that our way. Won't get shed of him till you's fetched up and able to do for yourselves." "Oh, Tiff, how did you get away?" "Laws, why, childrens, 'twas a very straight way. I told the Lord about it. Says I, good Lord, you knows I don't care nothing about it on my own count. But 'pears like these children is so young and tender, I couldn't leave them no way. And so I asked him if he wouldn't just please to help me, 'cause I knowed he had the power of the winds and the sea. Well, sure enough, that ar big wave toted me clear right on up on the shore, but it took my breath and my senses so I didn't fairly know where I was. And the peoples that found me took me a good bit way to a house down here, and they was 'mazin' good to me and rubbed me with the hot flannels and give me one thing and another, so that I woke up quite pert this morning, and I came out to look up my poppets, 'cause you see it was kind of born in my mind that I should find you. And now you see, children, you mark my words, the Lord been with us in 6 troubles and in 7, and he'll bring us to good luck yet. Tell you, the sea hadn't washed that there out of me, for all its banging and bruising. And Tiff chuckled in the fullness of his heart and made a joyful noise. His words were so far accomplished that before many days the little party, rested and refreshed, and with the losses of their wardrobe made up by friendly contributions, found themselves under the roof of some benevolent friends in New York. Thither, in due time, the other detachment of the party arrived, which had come forward under the guidance of Hannibal, by ways and means which, as they may be wanted for others in like circumstances, we shall not further particularize. Harry, by the kind patronage of friends, soon obtained employment, which placed him and his wife in a situation of comfort. Milly and her grandson, and old Tiff and his children, were enabled to hire a humble tenement together, and she, finding employment as a pastry cook in a confectioner's establishment, was able to provide a very comfortable support, while Tiff presided in the housekeeping department. After a year or two, an event occurred of so romantic a nature that, had we not ascertained it as a positive fact, we should hesitate to insert it in our veracious narrative. Fanny's mother had an aunt in the Peyton family, a maiden lady of very singular character, who, by habit of great penuriousness, had amassed a large fortune, apparently for no other purpose than that it should some day fall into the hands of somebody who would know how to enjoy it. Having quarreled shortly before her death with all her other relatives, she cast about in her mind for ways and means to revenge herself on them by placing her property out of their disposal. She accordingly made a will, bequeathing it to the heirs of her niece Susan, if any such heirs existed, and if not, the property was to go to an orphan asylum. By chance, the lawyer's letter of inquiry was addressed to Clayton, who immediately took the necessary measures to identify the children and put them in possession of the property. Tiff now was glorious. He always knowed it, he said, that Miss Sue's children would come to luck, and that the Lord would open the door for them, and he had. Fanny, who was now a well-grown girl of 12 years, chose Clayton as her guardian, and by his care she was placed at one of the best New England schools, where her mind and her person developed rapidly. Her brother was placed at school in the same town. As for Clayton, after some inquiry and consideration, he bought a large and valuable tract of land in that portion of Canada where the climate is least severe, and the land the most valuable for culture. To this place he removed his slaves, and formed there a township, which is now one of the richest and finest in the region. Here he built for himself a beautiful residence, where he and his sister live happily together, finding their enjoyment in the improvement of those by whom they are surrounded. It is a striking comment on the success of Clayton's enterprise that the neighboring white settlers, who at first looked coldly upon him, fearing he would be the means of introducing a thriftless population among them, have been entirely won over, and that the value of the improvements which Clayton and his tenants have made has nearly doubled the price of real estate in the vicinity. So high a character have his schools borne that the white settlers in the vicinity have discontinued their own, preferring to have their children enjoy the advantages of those under his and his sister's patronage and care. Footnote: these statements are all true of the Elgin settlement, founded by Mr. King, a gentleman who removed and settled his slaves in the south of Canada. End of footnote. Harry is one of the head men of the settlement, and is rapidly acquiring property and consideration in the community. A large farm, waving with some acres of fine wheat, with its fences and outhouses in excellent condition, marks the energy and thrift of Hannibal, who, instead of slaying men, is great in felling trees and clearing forests. He finds time winter evenings to read with None to Molest or Make Afraid. His oldest son is construing Caesar's commentaries at school, and often reads his lesson of an evening to his delighted father, who willingly resigns the palm of scholarship into his hands. As to our merry friend Jim, he is the life of the settlement. Liberty, it is true, has made him a little more sober, and a very energetic and capable wife soberer still. But yet Jim has enough and to spare of drollery, which makes him an indispensable requisite in all social gatherings. He works on his farm with energy, and repels with indignation any suggestion that he was happier in the old times, when he had abundance of money and very little to do. One suggestion more we almost hesitate to make, lest it should give rise to unfounded reports, but we are obliged to speak the truth. Ann Clayton, on a visit to a friend's family in New Hampshire, met with Livy Ray, of whom she had heard Nina speak so much, and very naturally the two ladies fell into a most intimate friendship. Visits were exchanged between them, and Clayton, on first introduction, discovered the lady he had met in the prison in Alexandria. The most intimate friendship exists between the three, and of course in such cases reports will arise, but we assure our readers we have never heard of any authentic foundation for them, so that in this matter we can clearly leave everyone to predict the result according to their own fancies. We have now 2 sketches, with which the scenery of our book must close. End of Chapter 56. Flight. Recording by Pete McElveen.
Chapter 57 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp, by Harriet Beecher STOWE. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 57. Clear shining after rain. Clayton had occasion to visit New York on business. He never went without carrying some token of remembrance from the friends in his settlement to Milly, now indeed far advanced in years, while yet, in the expressive words of Scripture, her eye was not dim, nor her natural force abated. He found her in a neat little tenement in one of the outer streets of New York, surrounded by about a dozen children, among whom were blacks, whites, and foreigners. These she had rescued from utter destitution in the streets, and was giving to them all the attention and affection of a mother. "Why, bless you, sir," she said to him pleasantly, as he opened the door. "It's good to see you once more. How is Miss Anne?" "Very well, Milly. She sent you this little packet, and you will find something from Harry and Lizette, and all the rest of your friends in our settlement." "Ah, are these all your children, Milly?" "Yes, honey, mine and de Lord's. Dis year's my 2nd dozen. De first is all in good places and doing well. I keeps my eye on 'em and goes round to see 'em after a little, now and then." "And how is Tommet?" "Oh, Tommet's doing beautiful, thank you, sir. He's come a Christian, and joined the church, and they has him to wait and tend at the anti-slavery office, and he does well." "I see you have black and white here," said Clayton, glancing around the circle. "Laws, yes," said Milly, looking complacently around. "I don't make no distinctions of color. I don't believe in them. White children, when they haves themselves, is just as good as black, and I loves them just as well." "Don't you think it's a little hard you should have to work so in your old age?" "Why, bless you, honey, no, I takes comfort of my money as I goes along. There's a heap in me yet," she said, laughing. "I was hoping to get this year batch put out and take in another before I die. You see," she said, "this year's the way I took to get my heart whole. I found it was getting so sore for my children I'd had took from me. 'Pears like the older I growed, the more I thought about 'em. But long's I keeps doing for children, it kinder eases me. I calls 'em all mine, so I's got good many children now." We will inform our reader in passing that Milly, in the course of her life, on the humble wages of a laboring woman, took from the streets, brought up and placed in reputable situations, no less than 40 destitute children. Footnote: These circumstances are true of an old colored woman in New York known by the name of Aunt Katy, who in her youth was a slave, and who is said to have established among these destitute children the first Sunday school in the city of New York. When Clayton returned to Boston, he received a note written in a graceful female hand from Fanny, expressing her gratitude for his kindness to her and her brother, and begging that he would come and spend a day with them at their cottage in the vicinity of the city. Accordingly, 8 o'clock the next morning found him whirling in the cars through green fields and pleasant meadows, garlanded with flowers and draped with bending elms, to one of those peaceful villages which lie like pearls on the bosom of our fair old mother, Massachusetts. Stopping at Station, he inquired his way to a little eminence which commanded a view of one of those charming lakes which open their blue eyes everywhere through the New England landscape. Here, embowered in blossoming trees, stood a little Gothic cottage, a perfect gem of rural irregularity and fanciful beauty. A porch in the front of it was supported on pillars of cedar, with the rough bark still on, around which were trained multitudes of climbing roses, now in full flower. From the porch a rustic bridge led across a little ravine into a summer house, which was built like a nest into the branches of a great oak which grew up from the hollow below the knoll on which the house stood. A light form, dressed in a pretty white wrapper, came fluttering across the bridge as Clayton ascended the steps of the porch. Perhaps our readers may recognize in the smoothly parted brown hair, the large blue eyes, and the bashful earnestness of the face, our sometime little friend Fanny. If they do not, we think they'll be familiar with the cheery "ho, ho, ho," which comes from the porch as our old friend Tiff, dressed in a respectable suit of black, comes bowing forward. "Bless de Lord, Master Clayton, it's good for de eyes to look at you. So you's come to see Miss Fanny. Now she's come to her property, and has got de place she ought for to have." Ah, old Tiff allers knows it. He seed it. He knowed the Lord would bring her out right, and he did. Ho, ho, ho. "Yes," said Fanny, "and I sometimes think I don't enjoy it half as well as Uncle Tiff. I'm sure he ought to have some comfort of us, for he worked hard enough for us. Didn't you, Uncle Tiff?" "Work? Bless your soul, didn't I?" said Tiff, giggling all over in cheerful undulations. "Reckon I has worked, though I doesn't have much of it to do now. But I sees good of my work nowadays, does so. Master Teddy, he's growed up tall, handsome young gentleman, and he's in college. Only think of that! Laws, he can make the Latin fly. This yere's pretty good country, too. Dere's families round here dat's even most up to old Virginny, and she goes with the best on 'em. Dat she does." Fanny now led Clayton into the house, and while she tripped upstairs to change her morning dress, Tiff busied himself in arranging cake and fruit on a silver salver as an apology for remaining in the room. He seemed to consider the interval as an appropriate one for making some confidential communications on a subject that lay very near his heart. So after looking out of the door with an air of great mystery, to ascertain that Miss Fanny was really gone, he returned to Clayton and touched him on the elbow with an air of infinite secrecy and precaution. "Dis yer ain't to be spoken of out loud," he said. "It's been mighty anxious, but bless the Lord, I's come safely through, 'cause, yer see, I's found out he's a right likely man, beside being one of the very firstest old families in the state, and dese yer old families here 'bout as good as they was in Virginny. And when all's said and done, he's de man dat's de ting, after all, 'cause a gal can't marry all de generations back if dey is ever so nice. But he's one of your likeliest men." "What's his name?" "Russell," said Tiff, lifting up his hand apprehensively to his mouth and shouting out the name in a loud whisper. "I reckon he'll be here to-day, 'cause Master Teddy's comin' home and going to bring him with him. So please, Master Clayton, you won't notice nothing, 'cause Miss Fanny, she's just like her ma. She'll turn red clar up to her hair, if a body only looks at her. See here," said Tiff, fumbling in his pocket and producing a spectacle case, out of which he extracted a portentous pair of gold-mounted spectacles. "See what he gives me, the last time he's here. I puts dese yer on of a Sundays when I set down to read my Bible." "Indeed," said Clayton. "Have you learned, then, to read?" Why, no, honey, I don't know as I can rightly say dat's I learned to read, 'cause I is amazin' slow at dat there. But den I's learned all de best words, like Christ, Lord, and God, and dem are, and war dey's pretty thick, I make out quite comfortable. We shall not detain our readers with minute descriptions of how the day was spent, how Teddy came home from college, a tall, handsome fellow, and rattled over Latin and Greek sentences in Tiff's delighted ears, who considered his learning as, without a doubt, the eighth wonder of the world, nor how George Russell came with him, a handsome senior just graduated, nor how Fanny blushed and trembled when she told her guardian her little secret, and, like other ladies, asked his advice after she had made up her mind. Nor shall we dilate on the yet brighter glories of the cottage 3 months after, when Clayton and Anne and Livy Ray were all at the wedding, and Tiff became 3 and 4 times blessed in this brilliant consummation of his hopes. The last time we saw him he was walking forth in magnificence, his gold spectacles set conspicuously astride of his nose, trundling a little wicker wagon, which cradled a fair, pearly little Miss Fanny, whom he informed all beholders was "de very spirit of depicts." End of chapter 57. Clear shining after rain. Appendix 1 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp, by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dred, Appendix Number 1. Nat Turner's Confessions. As an illustration of the character and views ascribed to Dred, we make a few extracts from the Confessions of Nat Turner, as published by T.R. Gray, Esquire, of Southampton, Virginia, in November 1831. One of the principal conspirators in this affair was named Dred. We will give first the certificate of the court and a few sentences from Mr. Gray's introductory remarks, and then proceed with Turner's own narrative. We, the undersigned, members of the court, convened in Jerusalem on Saturday, the 5th day of November, 1831, for the trial of Nat, alias Nat Turner, a negro slave, late the property of Putnam Moore, deceased, do hereby certify that the confession of Nat to Thomas R. Gray was read to him in our presence, and that Nat acknowledged the same to be full, free, and voluntary, and that furthermore, when called upon by the presiding magistrate of the court to state if he had anything to say why sentence of death should not be passed upon him, replied he had nothing further than he had communicated to Mr. Gray. Given under our hands and seals at Jerusalem this 5th day of November, 1831. Jeremiah Cobb, James W. Parker, Samuel B. Hines, Thomas Pretlow, Carr Bowers, Horace A. Brown, State of Virginia, Southampton County, to wit, I, James Rochelle, Clerk of the County Court of Southampton and the State of Virginia, do hereby certify that Jeremiah Cobb, Thomas Pretlow, James W. Parker, Carr Bowers, Samuel B. Hines, and Horace A. Brown, Esquires, are acting justices of the peace and for the county aforesaid, and were members of the court which convened at Jerusalem on Saturday, the 5th day of November, 1831, for the trial of Nat, alias Nat Turner, a negro slave, late the property of Putnam Moore, deceased, who was tried and convicted as an insurgent in the late insurrection in the county of Southampton aforesaid, and that full faith and credit are due and ought to be given to their acts as justices of the peace aforesaid. In testimony whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the court aforesaid to be affixed, the 5th day of November, 1831. James Rochelle, C.S.C.C. Everything connected with this sad affair was wrapped in mystery until Nat Turner, the leader of this ferocious band, whose name has resounded through our widely extended empire, was captured. Since his confinement, by permission of the jailer, I have had ready access to him, and finding that he was willing to make a full and free confession of the origin, progress, and consummation of the insurrectory movements of the slaves, of which he was the contriver and head, I determined, for the gratification of public curiosity, to commit his statements to writing, and publish them, with little or no variation from his own words. He was not only the contriver of the conspiracy, but gave the first blow towards its execution. It will thus appear that, whilst everything upon the surface of society wore a calm and peaceful aspect, whilst not one note of preparation was heard to warn the devoted inhabitants of woe and death, a gloomy fanatic was revolving in the recesses of his own dark, bewildered, and overwrought mind schemes of indiscriminate massacre to the whites, schemes too fearfully executed as far as his fiendish band proceeded in their desolating march. No cry for mercy penetrated their flinty bosoms. No acts of remembered kindness made the least impression upon these remorseless murderers. Men, women, and children, from hoary age to helpless infancy, were involved in the same cruel fate. Never did a band of savages do their work of death more unsparingly. Nat has survived all his followers, and the gallows will speedily close his career. His own account of the conspiracy is submitted to the public, without comment. It reads an awful, and it is hoped a useful lesson as to the operations of a mind like his, endeavoring to grapple with things beyond its reach, how it first became bewildered and confounded, and finally corrupted and led to the conception and perpetration of the most atrocious and heart-rending deeds. If Nat's statements can be relied on, the insurrection in this county was entirely local, and his designs confided but to a few, and these in his immediate vicinity. It was not instigated by motives of revenge or sudden anger, but the result of long deliberation and a settled purpose of mind, the offspring of gloomy fanaticism acting upon materials but too well prepared for such impressions. I was 31 years of age the 2nd of October last, and born the property of Benjamin Turner, of this county. In my childhood a circumstance occurred which made an indelible impression on my mind, and laid the groundwork of that enthusiasm which has terminated so fatally to many, both white and black, and for which I am about to atone at the gallows. It is here necessary to relate this circumstance, trifling as it may seem. It was with the commencement of that belief which has grown with time, and even now, sir, in this dungeon, helpless and forsaken as I am, I cannot divest myself of. Being at play with other children, when 3 or 4 years old, I was telling them something, which my mother, overhearing, said it had happened before I was born. I stuck to my story, however, and related some things which went, in her opinion, to confirm it. Others, being called on, were greatly astonished, knowing that these things had happened, and caused them to say, in my hearing, I surely would be a prophet, as the Lord had shown me things that had happened before my birth. And my father and mother strengthened me in this first impression, saying in my presence I was intended for some great purpose, which they had always thought from certain marks on my head and breast. (Parentheses, a parcel of excrescences which I believe were not at all uncommon, particularly among negroes, as I have seen several with the same. In this case he has either cut them off, or they have nearly disappeared. Parentheses closed.) My grandmother, who was very religious, and to whom I was very much attached, my master, who belonged to the church, and other religious persons who visited the house, and whom I often saw at prayers, noticing the singularity of my manners, I suppose, and my uncommon intelligence for a child, remarked I had too much sense to be raised, and if I was, I would never be of any service to anyone as a slave. To a mind like mine, restless, inquisitive, and observant of everything that was passing, it was easy to suppose that religion was the subject to which it would be directed, and although this subject principally occupied my thoughts, there was nothing that I saw or heard of to which my attention was not directed. The manner in which I learned to read and write not only had great influence on my mind, as I acquired it with the utmost perfect ease, so much so that I have no recollection whatever of learning the alphabet, but to the astonishment of the family one day, when a book was shown to me, to keep me from crying, I began spelling the names of different objects. This was a source of wonder to all in the neighborhood, particularly the blacks, and this learning was constantly improved at all opportunities. When I got large enough to go to work, while employed, I was reflecting on many things that would present themselves to my imagination, and whenever an opportunity occurred of looking at a book when the school children were getting their lessons, I would find many things that the fertility of my own imagination had depicted to me before. All my time not devoted to my master's service was spent either in prayer or in making experiments in casting different things in molds made of earth, in attempting to make paper, gunpowder, and many other experiments that, although I could not perfect, yet convinced me of its practicability if I had the means. Footnote: when questioned as to the manner of manufacturing these different articles, he was found well informed. End of footnote. I was not addicted to stealing in my youth, nor have ever been, yet such was the confidence of the negroes in the neighborhood, even at this early period of my life, in my superior judgment, that they would often carry me with them when they were going on any roguery, to plan for them. Growing up among them with this confidence in my superior judgment, and when this, in their opinions, was perfected by divine inspiration, from the circumstances already alluded to in my infancy, in which belief was ever afterwards zealously inculcated by the austerity of my life and manners, which became the subject of remark by white and black, having soon discovered to be great, I must appear so, and therefore studiously avoided mixing in society, and wrapped myself in mystery, devoting my time to fasting and prayer. By this time, having arrived to man's estate, and hearing the Scriptures commented on at meetings, I was struck by that particular passage which says, "Seek ye the kingdom of heaven, and all things shall be added unto you." I reflected much on this passage, and prayed daily for light on this subject. As I was praying one day at my plough, the Spirit spoke to me, saying, "Seek ye the kingdom of heaven, and all things shall be added unto you." Question: what do you mean by the Spirit? Answer: the Spirit that spoke to the prophets in former days. And I was greatly astonished, and for 2 years praying continually, whenever my duty would permit, and then again I had the same revelation, which fully confirmed me in the impression that I was ordained for some great purpose in the hands of the Almighty. Several years rolled round, in which many events occurred to strengthen me in this my belief. At this time I reverted in my mind to the remarks made of me in my childhood, and the things that had been shown me, and as it had been said of me in my childhood, by those by whom I had been taught to pray, both white and black, and in whom I had the greatest confidence, that I had too much sense to be raised, and if I was, I would never be of any use to one as a slave. Now, finding I had arrived to man's estate, and was a slave, and these revelations being made known to me, I began to direct my attention to this great object, to fulfill the purpose for which by this time I felt assured I was intended. Knowing the influence I had attained over the minds of my fellow servants, not by the means of conjuring and such like tricks, for to them I always spoke of such things with contempt, but by the communion of the Spirit, whose revelations I often communicated to them, and they believed and said my wisdom came from God. I now began to prepare them for my purpose, by telling them something was about to happen that would terminate in fulfilling the great promise that had been made to me. About this time I was placed under an overseer, from whom I ran away, and after remaining in the woods 30 days, I returned, to the astonishment of the negroes on the plantation, who thought I had made my escape to some other part of the country, as my father had done before. But the reason of my return was that the Spirit appeared to me and said I had wishes directed to the things of this world, and not to the kingdom of heaven, and that I should return to the service of my earthly master. For he who knoweth his master's will, and doeth it not, shall be beaten with many stripes, and thus have I chastened you. And the negroes found fault, and murmured against me, saying that if they had my sense they would not serve any master in the world. And about this time I had a vision, and I saw white spirits and black spirits engaged in battle, and the sun was darkened, the thunder rolled in the heavens, and blood flowed in streams. And I heard a voice saying, Such is your luck, such you are called to see, and let it come rough or smooth, you must surely bear it. I now withdrew myself as much as my situation would permit from the intercourse of my fellow servants, for the avowed purpose of serving the Spirit more fully, and it appeared to me and reminded me of the things it had already shown me, and that it would then reveal to me the knowledge of the elements, the revolution of the planets, the operation of tides, and the changes of the seasons. After this revelation, in the year 1825, and the knowledge of the elements being made known to me, I sought more than ever to obtain true holiness before the great day of judgment should appear. And then I began to receive the true knowledge of faith. And from the first steps of righteousness until the last was I made perfect. And the Holy Ghost was with me, and said, Behold me as I stand in the heavens. And I looked and saw the forms of men in different attitudes, and there were lights in the skies, to which the children of darkness gave other names than what they really were, for they were the lights of the Saviour's hands stretched forth from east to west, even as they were extended on the cross on Calvary. And I wondered greatly at these miracles, and prayed to be informed of a certainty of the meaning thereof. And shortly afterwards, while laboring in the field, I discovered drops of blood on the corn, as though it were dew from heaven. And I communicated it to many, both white and black, in the neighborhood. And I then found on the leaves in the woods hieroglyphic characters and numbers, with the forms of men in different attitudes, portrayed in blood, and representing the figures I had seen before in the heavens. And now the Holy Ghost had revealed itself to me, and made plain the miracles it had shown me. For as the blood of Christ had been shed on this earth, and had ascended to heaven for the salvation of sinners, and was now returning to earth again in the form of dew, and as the leaves on the trees bore the impression of the figures I had seen in the heavens, it was plain to me that the Saviour was about to lay down the yoke he had borne for the sins of men, and the great day of judgment was at hand. About this time I told these things to a white man, Dred T. Brantley, on whom it had a wonderful effect, and he ceased from his wickedness, and was attacked immediately with a cutaneous eruption, and blood oozed from the pores of his skin. And after praying and fasting 9 days, he was healed. And the Spirit appeared to me again, and said, As the divine Saviour had been baptized, so should we be also. And when the white people would not let us be baptized by the church, we went down into the river together, in the sight of many who reviled us, and were baptized by the Spirit. After this I rejoiced greatly, and gave thanks to God. And on the 12th of May, 1828, I heard a loud noise in the heavens, and the Spirit instantly appeared to me, and said the serpent was loosened, and Christ had laid down the yoke he had borne for the sins of men, and that I should take it on and fight against the serpent, for the time was fast approaching when the first should be last, and the last should be first. Question. Do you not find yourself mistaken now? Answer. Was not Christ crucified? And by signs in the heaven that it would make known to me when I should commence the great work, and until the first sign appeared I should conceal it from the knowledge of men. And on the appearance of the sign, the eclipse of the sun, last February, I should arise and prepare myself, and slay my enemies with their own weapons. And immediately on the sign appearing in the heavens, the seal was removed from my lips, and I communicated the great work laid out for me to do to four in whom I had the greatest confidence: Henry, Hark, Nelson, and Sam. It was intended by us to have begun the work of death on the 4th of July last. Many were the plans formed and rejected by us, and it affected my mind to such a degree that I fell sick, and the time passed without our coming to any determination how to commence. Still forming new schemes and rejecting them, when the sign appeared again, which determined me not to wait longer. Since the commencement of 1830, I had been living with Mr. Joseph Travis, who was to me a kind master, and placed the greatest confidence in me. In fact, I had no cause to complain of his treatment to me. On Saturday evening, the 20th of August, it was agreed between Henry, Hark, and myself to prepare a dinner the next day for the men we expected, and then to concert a plan, as we had not yet determined on any. Hark on the following morning brought a pig, and Henry brandy, and being joined by Sam, Nelson, Will, and Jack, they prepared in the woods a dinner, where about 3 o'clock I joined them. Question: Why were you so backward in joining them? Answer: The same reason that had caused me not to mix with them for years before. I saluted them on coming up, and asked Will how he came there. He answered his life was worth no more than others, and his liberty as dear to him. I asked him if he thought to obtain it. He said he would, or lose his life. This was enough to put him in full confidence. Jack, I knew, was only a tool in the hands of Hark. It was quickly agreed we should commence a home, Mr. J. Travis's, on that night, and until we had armed and equipped ourselves and gathered sufficient force, neither age nor sex was to be spared, which was invariably adhered to. We remained at the feast until about 2 hours in the night, when we went to the house and found Austin. We will not go into the horrible details of the various massacres, but only make 1 or 2 extracts to show the spirit and feelings of Turner. I then went to Mr. John T. Harrow's. They had been here and murdered him. I pursued on their track to Captain Newitt Harris's, where I found the greater part mounted and ready to start. The men, now amounting to about 40, shouted and hurrahed as I rode up. Some were in the yard, loading their guns, others drinking. They said Captain Harris and his family had escaped. The property in the house they destroyed, robbing him of money and other valuables. I ordered them to mount and march instantly. This was about 9 or 10 o'clock Monday morning. I proceeded to Mr. Levi Waller's, 2 or 3 miles distant. I took my station in the rear, and as it was my object to carry terror and devastation wherever we went, I placed 15 or 20 of the best armed and most to be relied on in front, who generally approached the houses as fast as their horses could run. This was for 2 purposes: to prevent their escape and strike terror to the inhabitants. On this account I never got to the houses, after leaving Mrs. Whitehead's, until the murders were committed. Except in one case, I sometimes got in sight in time to see the work of death completed, viewed the mangled bodies as they lay, in silent satisfaction, and immediately started in quest of other victims. Having murdered Mrs. Waller and the 10 children, we started for Mr. William Williams, having killed him and 2 little boys that were there. While engaged in this, Mrs. Williams fled and got some distance from the house, but she was pursued, overtaken, and compelled to get up behind one of the company, who brought her back, and after showing her the mangled body of her lifeless husband, she was told to get down and lay by his side, where she was shot dead. The white men pursued and fired on us several times. Hark had his horse shot under him, and I caught another for him as it was running by me. 5 or 6 of my men were wounded, but none left on the field. Finding myself defeated here, I instantly determined to go through a private way, and cross the Nottoway River at the Cypress Bridge, 3 miles below Jerusalem, and attack that place in the rear, as I expected they would look for me on the other road, and I had a great desire to get there to procure arms and ammunition. After going a short distance in this private way, accompanied by about 20 men, I overtook 2 or 3 who told me the others were dispersed in every direction. On this I gave up all hope for the present, and on Thursday night, after having supplied myself with provisions from Mr. Travis's, I scratched a hole under a pile of fence rails in a field where I concealed myself for 6 weeks, never leaving my hiding place but for a few minutes in the dead of night to get water, which was very near. Thinking by this time I could venture out, I began to go out in the night and eavesdrop the houses in the neighborhood, pursuing this course for about a fortnight, and gathering little or no intelligence, afraid of speaking to any human being, and returning every morning to my cave before the dawn of day. I know not how long I might have led this life, if accident had not betrayed me. A dog in the neighborhood, passing by my hiding place one night while I was out, was attracted by some meat I had in my cave, and crawled in and stole it, and was coming out just as I returned. A few nights after, 2 negroes having started to go hunting with the same dog, and passed that way, the dog came again to the place, and having just gone out to walk about, discovered me and barked, on which, thinking myself discovered, I spoke to them to beg concealment. On making myself known, they fled from me. Knowing then they would betray me, I immediately left my hiding place and was pursued almost incessantly, until I was taken, a fortnight afterwards, by Mr. Benjamin Phipps, in a small hole I had dug out with my sword, for the purpose of concealment, under the top of a fallen tree. During the time I was pursued I had many hairbreadth escapes, which your time will not permit you to relate. I am here loaded with chains, and willing to suffer the fate that awaits me." Mr. Gray asked him if he knew of any extensive or concerted plan. His answer was, "I do not." When I questioned him as to the insurrection in North Carolina happening about the same time, he denied any knowledge of it. When I looked him in the face, as though I would search his inmost thoughts, he replied, "I see, sir, you doubt my word, but can you not think the same ideas and strange appearances about this time in the heavens might prompt others, as well as myself, to this undertaking?" I now had much conversation with, and asked him many questions, having forborne to do so previously, except in the cases noted in parentheses, but during his statement had, unnoticed by him, taken notes as to some particular circumstances, and having the advantage of his statement before me in writing, on the evening of the 3rd day that I had been with him, I began a cross-examination, and found his statement corroborated by every circumstance coming within my own knowledge, or the confessions of others who had been either killed or executed, and whom he had not seen or had any knowledge of since the 22nd of August last. He expressed himself fully satisfied as to the impracticability of this attempt. It has been said he was ignorant and cowardly, and that his object was to murder and rob for the purpose of obtaining money to make his escape. It is notorious that he was never known to have a dollar in his life, to swear an oath, or drink a drop of spirits. As to his ignorance, he certainly never had the advantages of education, but he can read and write. It was taught him by his parents, and for natural intelligence and quickness of apprehension is surpassed by few men I have ever seen. As to his being a coward, his reason is given for not resisting Mr. Phipps shows the decision of his character. When he saw Mr. Phipps present his gun, he said he knew it was impossible for him to escape, as the woods were full of men. He therefore thought it was better to surrender and trust to fortune for his escape. He is a complete fanatic, or plays his part most admirably. On other subjects he possesses an uncommon share of intelligence, with a mind capable of attaining anything, but warped and perverted by the influence of early impressions. He is below the ordinary stature, though strong and active, having the true Negro face, every feature of which is strongly marked. I shall not attempt to describe the effect of his narrative as told and commented on by himself in the condemned hole of the prison. The calm, deliberate composure with which he spoke of his late deeds and intentions, the expression of his fiend-like face when excited by enthusiasm, still bears the stains of the blood of helpless innocence about him. Clothed with rags and covered with chains, yet daring to raise his manacled hands to heaven, with a spirit soaring above the attributes of man. I looked on him, and my blood curdled in my veins. End of Appendix Number 1. Appendix 2 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp, by Harriet Beecher STOWE. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dred, Appendix Number 2. The chapter headed Jagar Satadutha contains some terrible stories. It is to be said they are all facts on judicial record of the most fiend-like cruelty, terminating in the death of the victim, where the affair has been judicially examined, and the perpetrator escaped death, and in most cases any punishment for his crime. Case of Souther. Souther versus the Commonwealth, 7 Groton, 673, 1851. The killing of a slave by his master and owner by willful and excessive whipping is murder in the first degree, though it may not have been the purpose and intention of the master and owner to kill the slave. Simon Souther was indicted at the October term 1850 of the Circuit Court for the county of Hanover for the murder of his own slave. The indictment contained 15 counts in which the various modes of punishment and torture by which the homicide was charged to have been committed were stated singly and in various combinations. The 15th count unites them all, and as the court certifies that the indictment was sustained by the evidence, the giving the facts stated in that count will show what was the charge against the prisoner and what was the proof to sustain it. The count charged that on the first day of September, 1849, the prisoner tied his negro slave, Sam, with ropes about his wrists, neck, body, legs, and ankles, to a tree, that whilst so tied, the prisoner first whipped the slave with switches. Then he next beat and cobbed the slave with a shingle, and compelled 2 of his slaves, a man and a woman, also to cob the deceased with the shingle. That whilst the deceased was so tied to the tree, the prisoner did strike, knock, kick, stamp, and beat him upon various parts of his head, face, and body, that he applied fire to his body, that he then washed his body with warm water, in which pods of red pepper had been put and steeped, and he compelled his 2 slaves aforesaid also to wash him with the same preparation of warm water and red pepper, that after the tying, whipping, cobbing, striking, beating, knocking, kicking, stamping, wounding, bruising, lacerating, burning, washing, and torturing, as aforesaid, the prisoner untied the deceased from the tree in such a way as to throw him with violence to the ground, and he then and there did knock, kick, stamp, and beat the deceased upon his head, temples, and various parts of his body, that the prisoner then had the deceased carried into a shed room of his house, and there he compelled 1 of his slaves, in his presence, to confine the deceased's feet and stocks, by making his legs fast to a piece of timber, and to tie a rope about the neck of the deceased, and fasten it to a bedpost in the room, thereby strangling, choking, and suffocating the deceased, and that while the deceased was thus made fast in stocks, as aforesaid, the prisoner did kick, knock, stamp, and beat him upon his head, face, breast, belly, sides, back, and body. And he again compelled his 2 slaves to apply fire to the body of the deceased, whilst he was so made fast as aforesaid. And the count charged that from these various modes of punishment and torture, the slave Sam then and there died, It appeared that the prisoner commenced the punishment of the deceased in the morning, and that it was continued throughout the day, and that the deceased died in the presence of the prisoner and one of his slaves, and one of the witnesses, whilst the punishment was still progressing. Field J. delivered the opinion of the court. The prisoner was indicted and convicted of murder in the second degree in the Circuit Court of Hanover at its April term last past, and was sentenced to the penitentiary for 5 years, in the period of time ascertained by the jury. The murder consisted in the killing of a Negro man-slave by the name of Sam, the property of the prisoner, by cruel and excessive whipping and torture, inflicted by Souther, aided by 2 of his other slaves, on the 1st day of September, 1849. The prisoner moved for a new trial, upon the ground that the offence, if any, amounted only to manslaughter. The motion for a new trial was overruled, and a bill of exceptions taken to the opinion of the court, setting forth the facts proved, or as many of them as were deemed material for the consideration of the application for a new trial. The bill of exceptions states that the slave Sam, in the indictment mentioned, was the slave and property of the prisoner, that for the purpose of chastising the slave for the offense of getting drunk and dealing, as the slave confessed and alleged, with Henry and Stone, 2 of the witnesses for the Commonwealth, he caused him to be tied and punished in the presence of the said witnesses, with the exception of slight whipping with peach or apple tree switches, before the said witnesses arrived at the scene, after which they were sent for by the prisoner, who was present by request from the defendant, and of several slaves of the prisoner, in the manner and by the means charged in the indictment, and the said slave died under and from the infliction of the said punishment, in the presence of the prisoner, one of his slaves, and one of the witnesses for the Commonwealth. But it did not appear that it was the design of the prisoner to kill the said slave, unless such design be properly inferred from the manner, means, and duration of the punishment. And on the contrary, it did appear that the prisoner frequently declared, while the said slave was undergoing the punishment, that he believed the said slave was feigning, and pretending to be suffering and injured when he was not. The judge certifies that the slave was punished in the manner and by the means charged in the indictment. The indictment contains 15 counts, and sets forth a case of the most cruel and excessive whipping and tortured. It is believed that the records of criminal jurisprudence do not contain a case of more atrocious and wicked cruelty than was presented upon the trial of Souther, and yet it has been gravely and earnestly contended here by his counsel that his offence amounts to manslaughter only. It has been contended by the counsel of the prisoner that a man cannot be indicted and prosecuted for the cruel and excessive whipping of his own slave, that it is lawful for the master to chastise his slave, and that if death ensues from such chastisement, unless it was intended to produce death, it is like the case of homicide which is committed by a man in the performance of a lawful act, which is manslaughter only. It has been decided by this court in Turner's case, 5 Rand, that the owner of a slave, for the malicious, cruel, and excessive beating of his own slave, cannot be indicted. Yet it by no means follows, when such malicious, cruel, and excessive beating results in death, though not intended and premeditated, that the beating is to be regarded as lawful for the purpose of reducing the crime to manslaughter, when the whipping is inflicted for the sole purpose of chastisement. It is the policy of the law, in respect to the relation of master and slave, and for the sake of securing proper subordination and obedience on the part of the slave, to protect the master from prosecution in all such cases, even if the whipping and punishment be malicious, cruel, and excessive. But in so inflicting punishment for the sake of punishment, the owner of the slave acts at his peril, and if death ensues in consequence of such punishment, the relation of master and slave affords no grounds of excuse or palliation. The principles of the common law, in relation to homicide, apply to his case without qualification or exception. And according to those principles, the act of the prisoner, in the case under consideration, amounted to murder. The crime of the prisoner is not manslaughter, but murder in the first degree. 2. Death of Hark. The master is, as we have asserted, protected from prosecution by express enactment, if the victim dies in the act of resistance to his will, or under moderate correction. Whereas by another act of the Assembly, passed in 1774, the killing of a slave, however wanton, cruel, and deliberate, is only punishable in the first instance by imprisonment and paying the value thereof to the owner, which distinction of criminality between the murder of a white person and one who is equally a human creature, but merely of a different complexion, is disgraceful to humanity, and degrading in the highest degree to the laws and principles of a free, Christian, and enlightened country. Be it enacted, etc., that if any person shall hereafter be guilty of wilfully and maliciously killing a slave, such offender shall, upon the first conviction thereof, be adjudged guilty of murder, and shall suffer the same punishment as if he killed a free man, provided always this act shall not extend to the person killing a slave outlawed by virtue of any act of assembly of this state, or to any slave in the act of resistance to his lawful owner or master, or to any slave dying under moderate correction. Instance in point. From the National Era, Washington, November 6, 1851. Homicide case in Clark County, Virginia. Some time since, the newspapers of Virginia contained an account of a horrible tragedy enacted in Clark County of that state. A slave of Colonel James Castleman, it was stated, had been chained by the neck and whipped to death by his master on the charge of stealing. The whole neighborhood in which the transaction occurred was incensed. The Virginia papers abounded in denunciations of the cruel act, and the people of the North were called upon to bear witness to the justice which would surely be meted out in a slave state to a master of a slave. We did not publish the account. The case was horrible. It was, we were confident, exceptional. It should not be taken as evidence of the general treatment of slaves. We chose to delay any notice of it till the courts should pronounce their judgment, and we could announce at once the crime and its punishment, so that the state might stand acquitted of the foul deed. Those who were so shocked at the transaction will be surprised and mortified to hear that the actors in it have been tried and acquitted. And when they read the following account of the trial and verdict, published at the instance of the friends of the accused, their mortification will deepen into bitter indignation. From the Spirit of Jefferson. Colonel James Castleman. The following statement, understood to have been drawn up by counsel since the trial, has been placed by the friends of this gentleman in our hands for publication. At the Circuit Superior Court of Clark County, commencing on the 13th of October, Judge Samuels presiding, James Castleman and his son, Stephen D. Castleman, were indicted jointly for the murder of Negro Lewis, property of the latter. By advice of their counsel, the parties elected to be tried separately, and the attorney for the Commonwealth directed that James Castleman should be tried first. It was proved on this trial that for many months previous to the occurrence, the money drawer of the tavern kept by Stephen D. Castleman and the liquors kept in large quantities in his cellar had been pillaged from time to time, until the thefts had attained to a considerable amount. Suspicion had from various causes been directed to Lewis and another Negro named Reuben, a blacksmith, the property of James Castleman, but by the aid of two of the house servants they had eluded the most vigilant watch. On the 20th of August last, In the afternoon, S.D. Castleman accidentally discovered a clue by means of which, and through one of the house servants implicated, he was enabled fully to detect the depredators, and to ascertain the manner in which the theft had been committed. He immediately sent for his father, living near him, and after communicating what he had discovered, it was determined that the offenders should be punished at once, and before they should know of the discovery that had been made. Lewis was punished first, and in a manner, as was fully shown, to preclude all risk of injury to his person, by stripes with a broad leathern strap. He was punished severely, but to an extent by no means disproportionate to his offense, nor was it pretended in any quarter that this punishment implicated either his life or health. He confessed the offense, and admitted that it had been effected by false keys, furnished by the blacksmith, Reuben. The latter servant was punished immediately afterwards. It was believed that he was the principal offender, and he was found to be more obdurate and contumacious than Lewis had been in reference to the offense. Thus it was proved, both by the prosecution and the defense, that he was punished with greater severity than his accomplice. It resulted in a like confession on his part, and he produced the false key, one fashioned by himself, by which the theft had been effected. It was further shown on the trial that Lewis was whipped in the upper room of a warehouse, connected with Stephen Castleman's store and near the public road, where he was at work at the time. That after he had been flogged to secure his person, whilst they went after Reuben, he was confined by a chain around his neck, which was attached to a joist above his head. The length of this chain, the breadth and thickness of the joist, its height from the floor, and the circlet of chain on the neck, were accurately measured, and it was thus shown that the chain unoccupied by the circlet and the joist was 1.5 feet longer than the space between the shoulders of a man and the joist above, or to that extent the chain hung loose above him, that the circlet, which was fastened so as to prevent its contraction, rested on the shoulders and breast, the chain being sufficiently drawn only to prevent being slipped over his head, and that there was no other place in the room to which he could be fastened except to one of the joists above. His hands were tied in front. A white man who had been at work with Lewis during the day was left with him by the Messrs. Castleman, the better to ensure his detention whilst they were absent after Reuben. It was proved by this man, who was a witness for the prosecution, that Lewis asked for a box to stand on, or for something that he could jump off from, that after the Castlemans had left him, he expressed a fear that when they came back he would be whipped again, and said if he had a knife and could get one hand loose he would cut his throat. The witness stated that the Negro stood firm on his feet, that he could turn freely in whatever direction he wished, and that he made no complaint of the mode of his confinement. This man stated that he remained with Lewis about 1/2 hour, and then left there to go home. After punishing Reuben, the Castlemans returned to the warehouse, bringing him with them, their object being to confront the two men, in the hope that by further examination of them jointly all their accomplices might be detected. They were not absent more than 1/2 hour. When they entered the room above, Lewis was found hanging by the neck, his feet thrown behind him, his knees a few inches from the floor, and his head thrown forward, the body warm and supple, or relaxed, but life was extinct. It was proved by the surgeons who made a post-mortem examination before the coroner's inquest that the death was caused by strangulation by hanging, and other eminent surgeons were examined to show, from the appearance of the brain and its blood vessels after death, as exhibited at the post-mortem examination, that the subject could not have fainted before strangulation. After the evidence was finished on both sides, the jury from their box, and of their own motion, without a word from counsel on either side, informed the court that they had agreed upon their verdict. The counsel assented to its being thus received, and a verdict of not guilty was immediately rendered. The attorney for the Commonwealth then informed the court that all the evidence for the prosecution had been laid before the jury, and as no new evidence could be offered on the trial of Stephen D. Castleman, he submitted to the court the propriety of entering a nolle prosequi. The judge replied that the case had been fully and fairly laid before the jury upon the evidence, that the court was not only satisfied with the verdict, but if any other had been rendered it must have been set aside, and that if no further evidence was to be adduced on the trial of Stephen, the attorney for the Commonwealth would exercise a proper discretion in entering a nolle prosequi as to him, and the court would approve its being done. A nolle prosequi was entered accordingly, and both gentlemen discharged. It may be added that 2 days were consumed in exhibiting the evidence, and that the trial was by a jury of Clark County. Both the parties had been on bail from the time of their arrest, and were continued on bail whilst the trial was depending. Let us admit that the evidence does not prove the legal crime of homicide. What candid man can doubt, after reading this ex parte version of it, that the slave died in consequence of the punishment inflicted upon him? In criminal prosecutions, the federal Constitution guarantees to the accused the right to a public trial by an impartial jury, the right to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation, to be confronted with the witnesses against him, to have compulsory process for obtaining witness in his favor, and to have the assistance of counsel, guarantees necessary to secure innocence against hasty or vindictive judgment, absolutely necessary to prevent injustice. Grant that they were not intended for slaves, every master of a slave must feel that they are still morally binding upon him. He is the sole judge. He alone determines the offense, the proof requisite to establish it, and the amount of the punishment. The slave, then, has a peculiar claim upon him for justice. When charged with a crime, common humanity requires that he should be informed of it, that he should be confronted with the witnesses against him, that he should be permitted to show evidence in favor of his innocence. But how was poor Lewis treated? The son of Castleman said he had discovered who stole the money, and it was forthwith determined that the offenders should be punished at once, and before they should know of the discovery that had been made. Punished without a hearing, punished on the testimony of a house servant, the nature of which does not appear to have been inquired into by the court. Not a word is said which authorizes the belief that any careful examination was made as it respects their guilt. Lewis and Reuben were assumed on loose evidence, without deliberate investigation, to be guilty, and then, without allowing them to attempt to show their evidence, they were whipped until a confession of guilt was extorted by bodily pain. Is this Virginia justice? To the editor of the Era: I see that Castleman, who lately had a trial for whipping a slave to death in Virginia, was triumphantly acquitted, as many expected. There are 3 persons in this city, with whom I am acquainted, who stayed at Castleman's the same night in which this awful tragedy was enacted. They heard the dreadful lashing, and the heart-rending screams and entreaties of the sufferer. They implored the only white man they could find on the premises, not engaged in the bloody work, to interpose, but for a long time he refused, on the ground that he was a dependent, and was afraid to give offense, and that moreover they had been drinking, and he was in fear of his own life, should he say a word that would be displeasing to them. He did, however, venture, and returned and reported the cruel manner in which the slaves were chained and lashed, and secured in a blacksmith's vice. In the morning, when they ascertained that one of the slaves was dead, they were so shocked and indignant that they refused to eat in the house, and reproached Castleman with his cruelty. He expressed his regret that the slave had died, and especially as he had ascertained that he was innocent of the accusation for which he had suffered. The idea was that he had fainted from exhaustion, and the chain being round his neck, he was strangled. The persons I refer to are themselves slaveholders, but their feelings were so harrowed and lacerated that they could not sleep. 2 of them are ladies, and for many nights afterwards their rest was disturbed, and their dreams made frightful by the appalling recollection. These persons would have been material witnesses, and would have willingly attended on the part of the prosecution. The knowledge they had of the case was communicated to the proper authorities, yet their attendance was not required. The only witness was that dependent who considered his own life in danger. Yours, etc., J.F. The Law of Outlawry, Revised Statutes of North Carolina, Chapter 111, Section 22. Whereas many times slaves run away and lie out, hide, and lurking in swamps, woods, and other obscure places, killing cattle and hogs, and committing other injuries to the inhabitants of this state. In all such cases, upon intelligence of any slave or slaves lying out as aforesaid, any 2 justices of the peace for the county wherein such slave or slaves is or are supposed to lurk or do mischief, shall, and they are hereby empowered and required, to issue proclamation against such slave or slaves, reciting his or their names, and the name or names of the owner or owners if known, thereby requiring him or them, and every of them, forthwith to surrender him or themselves, and also to empower and require the sheriff of the said county to take such power with him as he shall think fit and necessary for going in search and pursuit of, and effectually apprehending, such outlying slave or slaves, which proclamation shall be published at the door of the courthouse, and at such other places as said justices shall direct. And if any slave or slaves against whom proclamation hath been thus issued stay out and do not immediately return home, it shall be lawful for any person or persons whatsoever to kill and destroy such slave or slaves by such ways and means as he shall think fit, without accusation or impeachment of any crime for the same. State of North Carolina, Lenoir County, whereas complaint hath been this day made to us, 2 of the justices of the peace for the said county, by William D. Cobb of Jones County, that 2 negro slaves belonging to him, named Ben, commonly known by the name Ben Fox, in Rigdon, have absented themselves from their said master's service, and are lurking about in the counties of Lenoir and Jones, committing acts of felony. These are, in the name of the state, to command the said slaves forthwith to surrender themselves, and turn home to their said master. And we do hereby also require the sheriff of said county of Lenoir to make diligent search and pursuit after the above-mentioned slaves. And we do hereby, by virtue of an act of assembly of this state concerning servants and slaves, intimate and declare, if the said slaves do not surrender themselves and return home to their master immediately after the publication of these presents, that any person may kill or destroy said slaves by such means as he or they think fit, without accusation or of impeachment of any crime or offense for so doing, or without incurring any penalty of forfeiture thereby. Given under our hands and seals this 12th of November, 1836. B. Coleman, J.P., Jason Jones, G.P. $200 reward. Ran away from the subscriber about 3 years ago, a certain Negro man named Ben, commonly known by the name of Ben Fox. Also 1 other Negro by the name of Rigdon, who ran away on the 8th of this month. I will give the reward of $100 for each of the above Negroes to be delivered to me or confined in the jail of Lenoir or Jones County, or for killing of them, so that I can see them. November 12, 1836. W. D. Cobb. That this act was not a dead letter also was plainly implied in the Protective Act first quoted. If slaves were not, as a matter of fact, ever outlawed, why does the Act formally recognize such a class, provided that this Act shall not extend to the killing of any slave outlawed by any act of the Assembly? This language sufficiently indicates the existence of the custom. Further than this, the statute book of 1821 contained 2 acts, the first of which provides that all masters in certain counties who have had slaves killed in consequence of outlawry shall have a claim on the treasury of the state for their value, unless cruel treatment of the slaves be proved on the part of the master. The second act extends the benefits of the latter provision to all the counties in the state. Finally, there is evidence that this act of outlawry was executed so recently as the year 1850, the year in which Uncle Tom's Cabin was written. See the following from the Wilmington Journal of December 13, 1850. State of North Carolina, New Hanover County, whereas complaint upon oath hath this day been made to us, 2 of the justices of the peace for the said state and county aforesaid, by Guilford Horn of Edgecombe County, that a certain male slave belonging to him, named Harry, a carpenter by trade, about 40 years old, 5 feet 5 inches high, or thereabouts, yellow complexion, stout built, with a scar on his left leg from the cut of an axe, has very thick lips, eyes deep sunk in his head, forehead very square, tolerably loud voice, has lost 1 or 2 of his upper teeth, and has a very dark spot on his jaw, supposed to be a mark, hath absented himself from his master's service, and is supposed to be lurking about in this county, committing acts of felony or other misdeeds. These are, therefore, in the name of state aforesaid, to command the said slave forthwith to surrender himself and return home to his said master. And we do hereby, by virtue of the act of assembly in such cases made and provided, intimate and declare that if the said slave Harry doth not surrender himself and return home immediately after the publication of these presents, that any person or persons may kill and destroy the said slave by such means as he or they think fit, without accusation or impeachment of any crime or offense in so doing, and without incurring any penalty or forfeiture thereby. Given under our hands and seals this 29th day of June, 1850. James T. Miller, W.C. Betancourt. $125 reward will be paid for the delivery of the said Harry to me at Tosnot Depot, Edgecombe County, or for his confinement in any jail in the state, so that I can get him, or $150 will be given for his head. He was lately heard from in New Bern, where he called himself Henry Barnes, or Burns, and will be likely to continue the same name, or assume that of Coppage or Farmer. He has a free mulatto woman for a wife, by the name of Sally Bozeman, who is lately removed to Wilmington, and lives in that part of the town called Texas, where he will likely be lurking. Masters of vessels are particularly cautioned against harboring or concealing the said negro on board their vessels, as the full penalty of the law will be rigorously enforced. Guilford Horn. June 29th, 1850. This last advertisement was cut by the author from the Wilmington Journal, December 13th, 1850, a paper published in Wilmington, North Carolina. End of Appendix 2.
Appendix 3 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher STOWE. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Dred, Appendix 3, Church Action on Slavery. In reference to this important subject, we present a few extracts from the first and second chapters of the fourth part of The Key to Uncle Tom's Cabin. Let us review the declarations that have been made in the Southern Church and see what principles have been established by them. 1. That slavery is an innocent and lawful relation as much as that of parent and child, husband and wife, or any other lawful relation of society. Harmony Present, South Carolina. 2. That it is consistent with the most fraternal regard for the good of the slave. Charleston Union Press, South Carolina. 3. That masters ought not to be disciplined for selling slaves without their consent. New School Presbyterian Church, Petersburg, Virginia. 4. That the right to buy, sell, and hold men for purposes of gain was given by express permission of God. James Smiley and his Presbyteries. 5. That the laws which forbid the education of the slave are right and meet the approbation of the reflecting part of the Christian community, Ibid. 6. That the fact of slavery is not a question of morals at all, but is purely one of political economy. Charleston Baptist Association. 7. The right of masters to dispose of the time of their slaves has been distinctly recognized by the Creator of all things, Ibid. 8. That slavery, as it exists in these United States, is not a moral evil. Georgia Conference, Methodist. 9. That, without a new revelation from heaven, no man is entitled to pronounce slavery wrong. 10. That the separation of slaves by sale should be regarded as separation by death, and the parties allowed to marry again. Shiloh Baptist Association and Savannah River Association. 11. That the testimony of colored members of the churches shall not be taken against a white person. Methodist Church. In addition, it has been plainly avowed by the expressed principles and practice of Christians of various denominations that they regard it right and proper to put down all inquiry upon the subject by Lynch law. The Old School Presbyterian Church, in whose communion the greater part of the slave-holding Presbyterians of the South are found, has never felt called upon to discipline its members for upholding a system which denies legal marriage to all slaves. Yet this church was agitated to its very foundation by the discussion of a question of morals which an impartial observer would probably consider of far less magnitude, namely, whether a man might lawfully marry his deceased wife's sister. For the time, all the strength and attention of the church seemed concentrated upon this important subject. The trial went from presbytery to synod, and from synod to general assembly, and ended with deposing a very respectable minister for this crime. Reverend Robert J. Breckenridge, D.D., a member of the Old School Assembly, has thus described the state of the slave population as to their marriage relations. The system of slavery denies to a whole class of human beings the sacredness of marriage and of home, compelling them to live in a state of concubinage. For, in the eye of the law, no colored slave man is the husband of any wife in particular, nor any slave woman the wife of any husband in particular. No slave man is the father of any child in particular, and no slave child is the child of any parent in particular. Now, had this church considered the fact that 3 millions of men and women were, by the laws of the land, obliged to live in this manner, as of equally serious consequence, it is evident from the ingenuity, argument, vehemence, biblical research, and untiring zeal which they bestowed upon Mr. McQueen's trial, that they could have made a very strong case with regard to this also. The history of the united action of denominations, which included churches both in the slave and free states, is a melancholy exemplification, to a reflecting mind, of that gradual deterioration of the moral sense which results from admitting any compromise, however slight, with an acknowledged sin. The best minds in the world cannot bear such a familiarity without injury to the moral sense. The facts of the slave system and of the slave laws, when presented to disinterested judges in Europe, have excited a universal outburst of horror. Yet in assemblies composed of the wisest and best clergymen of America, these things have been discussed from year to year, and yet brought no results that have, in the slightest degree, lessened the evil. The reason is this. A portion of the members of these bodies had pledged themselves to sustain the system, and peremptorily to refuse and put down all discussion of it, and the other part of the body did not consider this stand so taken as being of sufficiently vital consequence to authorize separation. Nobody will doubt that, had the Southern members taken such a stand against the divinity of our Lord, the division would have been immediate and unanimous. But yet the Southern members do maintain the right to buy and sell, lease, hire, and mortgage multitudes of men and women whom, with the same breath, they declare to be members of their churches and true Christians. The Bible declares of all such that they are the temples of the Holy Ghost, that they are the members of Christ's body, of his flesh and bones. Is not the doctrine that men may lawfully sell the members of Christ, his body, his flesh and bones, for the purpose of gain, as really a heresy as the denial of the divinity of Christ? And is it not a dishonor to him who is over all, God bless forever, to tolerate this dreadful opinion with its more dreadful consequences, while the smallest heresies concerning the imputation of Adam's sin are pursued with eager vehemence? If the history of the action of all the bodies thus united can be traced downward, we shall find that, by reason of this tolerance of an admitted sin, the anti-slavery testimony has every year grown weaker and weaker. If we look over the history of all denominations, we shall see that at first they used very stringent language with relation to slavery. This is particularly the case with the Methodist and Presbyterian bodies, and for that reason we select these two as examples. The Methodist Society, especially as organized by John Wesley, was an anti-slavery society, and the Book of Discipline contained the most positive statutes against slaveholding. The history of the successive resolutions of the conference of this church is very striking. In 1780, before the church was regularly organized in the United States, they resolved as follows. The conference acknowledges that slavery is contrary to the laws of God, man, and nature, and hurtful to society, contrary to the dictates of conscience and true religion, and doing what we would not others should do unto us. In 1784, when the church was fully organized, rules were adopted prescribing the times at which members who were already slaveholders should emancipate their slaves. These rules were succeeded by the following, quote, "Every person concerned who will not comply with these rules shall have liberty quietly to withdraw from our society within the 12 months following the notice being given him, as aforesaid. Otherwise the assistants shall exclude them from the society. No person holding slaves shall in the future be admitted into the society or to the Lord's Supper till he previously comply with these rules concerning slavery. Those who buy, sell, or give slaves away, unless on purpose to free them, shall be expelled immediately." Close quote. In 1801, we declare that we are more than ever convinced of the great evil of African slavery, which still exists in these United States. Every member of this society who sells a slave shall immediately after full proof be excluded from the society, etc. The annual conferences are directed to draw up addresses for the gradual emancipation of the slaves to the legislature. Proper committees shall be appointed by the annual conference out of the most respectable of our friends for the conducting of the business, and the presiding elders, deacons, and traveling preachers shall procure as many proper signatures as possible to the addresses, and give all the assistance in their power in every respect to aid the committees and to further the blessed undertaking. Let this be continued from year to year till the desired end be accomplished. In 1836, let us notice the change. The General Conference held its annual session in Cincinnati and resolved as follows, quote, resolved by the delegates of the annual conferences in General Conference assembled that they are decidedly opposed to modern abolitionism and fully disclaim any right, wish, or intention to interfere in the civil and political relation between master and slave, as it exists in the slaveholding states of this Union. Close quote. These resolutions were passed by a very large majority. An address was received from the Wesleyan Methodist Conference in England, affectionately remonstrating on the subject of slavery. The conference refused to publish it. In the pastoral address to the churches are these passages. Quote, it cannot be unknown to you that the question of slavery in the United States, by the constitutional compact which binds us together as a nation, is left to be regulated by several state legislatures themselves, and thereby is put beyond the control of the general government as well as that of all ecclesiastical bodies, it being manifest that in the slaveholding states themselves the entire responsibility of its existence or non-existence rests with those state legislatures. These facts, which are only mentioned here as a reason for the friendly admonition which we wish to give you, constrain us, as your pastors, who are called to watch over your souls, as they must give account, to exhort you to abstain from all abolition movements and associations, and to refrain from patronizing any of their publications, etc. Close quote. The subordinate conferences showed the same spirit. In 1836, the New York Annual Conference resolved that no one should be elected a deacon or elder in the church unless he would give a pledge to the church he would refrain from discussing this subject. Footnote 7. This resolution is given in Burney's pamphlet. End footnote. In 1838, the conference resolved, as the sense of this conference, that any of its members or probationers who shall patronize Zion's Watchman, either by writing in commendation of its character, by circulating it, recommending it to our people, or procuring subscribers, or by collecting or remitting monies, shall be deemed guilty of indiscretion and dealt with accordingly. Close quote. It will be recollected that Zion's Watchman was edited by Lebroy Sunderland, for whose abduction the state of Alabama had offered $50,000. In 1840, the General Conference at Baltimore passed the resolution that we have already quoted, forbidding preachers to allow colored persons to give testimony in their churches. It has been computed that about 80,000 people were deprived of the right of testimony by this act. This Methodist church subsequently broke into a Northern and Southern Conference. The Southern Conference is avowedly all pro-slavery, and the Northern Conference has still in its communion slaveholding conferences and members. Of the Northern Conferences, one of the largest, the Baltimore, passed the following, quote, resolved that this conference disclaims having any fellowship with abolitionism. On the contrary, while it is determined to maintain its well-known and long-established position by keeping the traveling preachers composing its own body free from slavery, it is also determined not to hold connection with any ecclesiastical body that shall make non-slaveholding a condition of membership in the church, but to stand by and maintain the discipline as it is. Close quote. The following extract is made from an address of the Philadelphia Annual Conference to the societies under its care, dated Wilmington, Delaware, April 7, 1847. Quote, if the plans of separation gives us the pastoral care of you, it remains to inquire whether we have done anything as a conference or as men to forfeit your confidence and affection. We are not advised that even in the great excitement which has distressed you for some months past, anyone has impeached our moral conduct or charged us with unsoundness in doctrine, or corruption, or tyranny in the administration of discipline. But we learn that the simple cause of the unhappy excitement among you is that some suspect us, or affect to suspect us, of being abolitionists. Yet no particular act of the conference, or any particular member thereof, is adduced as the ground of the erroneous and injurious suspicion. We would ask you, brethren, whether the conduct of our ministry among you for 60 years past ought not to be sufficient to protect us from this charge, whether the question we have been accustomed for a few years past to put to candidates for admission among us, namely, are you an abolitionist? And without each one answered in the negative, he was not received, ought not to protect us from the charge? Whether the action of the last conference on this particular matter ought not to satisfy any fair and candid mind that we are not and do not desire to be abolitionists. We cannot see how we can be regarded as abolitionists without the ministers of the Methodist Episcopal Church South being considered in the same light. Wishing you all heavenly benedictions, we are, dear brethren, yours in Jesus Christ. Close quote. J.P. Durbin, J. Kennedy, Ignatius T. Cooper, William H. Gilder, Joseph Castle, Committee. These facts sufficiently define the position of the Methodist Church. The history is melancholy but instructive. The history of the Presbyterian Church is also of interest. In 1793, the following note to the Eighth Commandment was inserted in the Book of Discipline as expressing the doctrine of the Church upon slaveholding. Quote, 1 Timothy 1:10. The law is made for man-stealers. This crime among the Jews exposed the perpetrators of it to be capital punishment. Exodus 21:15. And the apostle here classes them with sinners of the first rank. The word he uses in its original import comprehends all who are concerned in bringing any of the human race into slavery or in retaining them in it, hominum fures qui servos vel liberos abducunt retenent vindum vel emunt. Stealers of men are all those who bring off slaves or freemen and keep, sell, or buy them. To steal a free man, says Grotius, is the highest kind of theft. In other instances, we only steal human property, but when we steal or retain men in slavery, we seize those who, in common with ourselves, are constituted by the original grant lords of the earth. No rules of church discipline were enforced, and members whom this passage declared guilty of this crime remained undisturbed in its communion as ministers and elders. This inconsistency was obviated in 1816 by expunging the passage from the Book of Discipline. In 1818, it adopted an expression of its views on slavery. This document is a long one, conceived and written in a very Christian spirit. The Assembly's Digest says, page 341, that it was unanimously adopted. The following is its testimony as to the nature of slavery. Quote, we consider the voluntary enslaving of one part of the human race by another as a gross violation of the most precious and sacred rights of human nature, as utterly inconsistent with the law of God, which requires us to love our neighbor as ourselves, and as totally irreconcilable with the spirit and principles of the gospel of Christ, which enjoin that all things whatsoever you would that men should do to you, do you even so to them. Slavery creates a paradox in the moral system. It exhibits rational, accountable, and immortal beings in such circumstances as scarcely to leave them the power of moral action. It exhibits them as dependent on the will of others, whether they shall receive religious instruction, whether they shall know and worship the true God, whether they shall enjoy the ordinances of the gospel, whether they shall perform the duties and cherish the endearments of husbands and wives, parents and children, neighbors and friends, whether they shall preserve their chastity and purity, or regard the dictates of justice and humanity. Such are some of the consequences of slavery, consequences not imaginary, but which connect themselves with its very existence. The evils to which the slave is always exposed often take place in fact and in their very worst degree and form. And where all of them do not take place, as we rejoice to say that in many instances through the influence of the principles of humanity and religion on the minds of masters, they do not, still the slave is deprived of his natural right, degraded as a human being, and exposed to the danger of passing into the hands of a master who may inflict upon him all the hardships and injuries which inhumanity and avarice may suggest. Close quote. This language was certainly decided, and it was unanimously adopted by slaveholders and non-slaveholders. Certainly, one might think the time of redemption was drawing nigh. The Declaration goes on to say, quote, "It is manifestly the duty of all Christians who enjoy the light of the present day, when the inconsistency of slavery, both with the dictates of humanity and religion, has been demonstrated, and is generally seen and acknowledged, to use honest, earnest, unwearied endeavors to correct the errors of former times, and as speedily as possible to efface this blot on our holy religion, and to obtain the complete abolition of slavery throughout Christendom and throughout the world." Close quote. Here we have the Presbyterian Church, slaveholding and non-slaveholding, virtually formed into one great abolition society, as we have seen the Methodist was. The Assembly then goes on to state that the slaves are not, at present, prepared to be free, that they tenderly sympathize with the portion of the church and country that has had this evil entailed upon them, where, as they say, a great and most virtuous part of the community abhor slavery and wish its extermination. But they exhort them to commence immediately the work of instructing slaves, with a view to preparing them for freedom, and to let no greater delay take place than a regard to public welfare indispensably demands, to be governed by no other considerations than an honest and impartial regard to the happiness of the injured party, uninfluenced by the expense and its inconvenience which such regard may involve. It warns against unduly extending this plea of necessity, against making it a cover for the love and practice of slavery. It ends by recommending that anyone who shall sell a fellow Christian without his consent to be immediately disciplined and suspended. If we consider that this was unanimously adopted by the slaveholders and all, and grant, as we certainly do, that it was adopted in all honesty and good faith, we shall surely expect something from it. We should expect forthwith the organizing of a set of common schools for the slave children, for an efficient religious ministration, for an entire discontinuance of trading in Christian slaves, for laws which make the family relations sacred. Was any such thing done or attempted? Alas, 2 years after this came the admission of Missouri and the increase of demand in the southern slave market and the internal slave trade. Instead of school teachers, they had slave traders. Instead of gathering schools, they gathered slave coffles. Instead of building schoolhouses, they built slave pens and slave prisons, jails, barracoons, factories, or whatever the trade pleases to term them, and so went the plan of gradual emancipation. In 1834, 16 years after, a committee of the Senate of Kentucky, in which state slavery is generally said to exist in its mildest form, appointed to make a report on the condition of the slaves, gave the following picture of their condition. First, as to their spiritual condition, they say, "After making all reasonable allowances, our colored population can be considered at the most but semi-heathen. Brutal stripes and all the various kinds of personal indignities are not the only species of cruelty which slavery licenses. The law does not recognize the family relations of the slave, and extends to him no protection in the enjoyment of domestic endearments. The members of a slave family may be forcibly separated so that they shall never more meet until the final judgment, and cupidity often induces masters to practice what the law allows. Brothers and sisters, parents and children, husbands and wives are torn asunder and permitted to see each other no more. These acts are daily occurring in the midst of us. The shrieks and agony often witnessed on such occasions proclaim with trumpet tongue the iniquity and cruelty of our system. The cries of those sufferers go up to the ears of the Lord of Sabaoth. There is not a neighborhood where these heart-rending scenes are not displayed. There is not a village or road that does not behold the sad procession of manacled outcasts, whose chains and mournful countenances tell that they are exiled by force from all that their hearts hold dear. Our church, years ago, raised its voice of solemn warning against this flagrant violation of every principle of mercy, justice, and humanity. Yet we blush to announce to you and to the world that this warning has been often disregarded even by those who hold to our communion. Cases have occurred in our own denomination where professors of the religion of mercy have torn the mother from her child and sent her into a merciless and returnless exile. Yet acts of discipline have rarely followed such conduct. The Honorable James G. Birney, for years a resident of Kentucky, in his pamphlet amends the word rarely by substituting never. What could show more plainly the utter inefficiency of the past act of the Assembly and the necessity of adopting some measures more efficient? In 1835, therefore, the subject was urged upon the General Assembly, entreating them to carry out the principles and designs they had avowed in 1818. Mr. Stewart of Illinois, in a speech he made upon the subject, said, "I hope this assembly are prepared to come out fully and declare their sentiments that slaveholding is a most flagrant and heinous sin. Let us not pass it by in this indirect way, while so many thousands and tens of thousands of our fellow creatures are writhing under the lash, often inflicted too by ministers and elders of the Presbyterian Church. In this church, a man may take a freeborn child, force it away from its parents to whom God gave it in charge, saying, 'Bring it up for me,' and sell it as a beast, or hold it in perpetual bondage, and not only escape corporal punishment, but really be esteemed an excellent Christian. Nay, even ministers of the gospel and doctors of divinity may engage in this unholy traffic, and yet sustain their high and holy calling. Elders, ministers, and doctors of divinities are, with both hands, engaged in the practice. One would have thought facts like these, stated in a body of Christians, were enough to wake the dead. But alas, we can become accustomed to very awful things. No action was taken upon these remonstrances except to refer them to a committee, to be reported on at the next session in 1836. The moderator of the assembly in 1836 was a slaveholder, Dr. T.S. Witherspoon, the same who said to the editor of the Emancipator, "I draw my warrant from the scriptures of the Old and New Testament to hold my slaves in bondage. The principle of holding the heathen in bondage is recognized by God. When the tardy process of the law is too long in redressing our grievances, we at the South have adopted the summary process of Judge Lynch." The majority of the committee appointed made a report as follows. Whereas the subject of slavery is inseparably connected with the laws of many of the states in this Union, with which it is by no means proper for an ecclesiastical judicature to interfere, and involves many considerations in regard to which great diversity of opinion and intensity of feeling are known to exist in the churches represented in this assembly, and whereas there is great reason to believe that any action on the part of this assembly in reference to this subject would tend to distract and divide our churches, and would probably in no wise promote the benefit of those whose welfare is immediately contemplated in the memorials in question. Therefore resolved, 1. that it is not expedient for the Assembly to take any further order in relation to this subject. 2. That as the notes which have been expunged from our public formularies, and which some of the memorials referred to in the committee request to have restored, were introduced irregularly, never had the sanction of the Church, and therefore never possessed any authority. The General Assembly has no power, nor would they think it expedient to assign them a place in the authorized standards of the Church. The minority of the committee, as Reverend Messrs. Dickey and Beeman, reported as follows. Resolved, 1. That the buying, selling, or holding a human being as property is in the sight of God a heinous sin, and ought to subject the doer of it to the censures of the Church. 2. That it is the duty of everyone, and especially every Christian who may be involved in this sin, to free himself from its entanglement without delay. 3. That it is the duty of everyone, especially of every Christian, in the meekness and firmness of the gospel, to plead the cause of the poor and needy by testifying against the principle and practice of slaveholding, and to use his best endeavors to deliver the Church of God from the evil, and to bring about the emancipation of the slaves in these United States and throughout the world. The slaveholding delegates, to the number of 48, met apart and resolved that if the General Assembly shall undertake to exercise authority on the subject of slavery so as to make it an immorality, or shall in any way declare that Christians are criminal in holding slaves, that a declaration shall be presented by the Southern delegation declining their jurisdiction in the case, and our determination not to submit to such decision. In view of these conflicting reports, the Assembly resolved as follows. Inasmuch as the Constitution of the Presbyterian Church, in its preliminary and fundamental principles, declares that no church judicatories ought to pretend to make laws to bind the conscience in virtue of their own authority, and as the urgency of the business of the Assembly and the shortness of time during which they can continue in session render it impossible to deliberate and decide judiciously on the subject of slavery in its relation to the Church, therefore resolved that this whole subject be indefinitely postponed. The amount of the slave trade at the time when the General Assembly refused to act upon the subject of slavery at all may be inferred from the following items. The Virginia Times, in an article published in this very year of 1836, estimated the number of slaves exported for sale from that state alone during the 12 months preceding at 40,000. The Natchez, Mississippi Courier says that in the same year the states of Alabama, Missouri, and Arkansas imported 250,000 slaves from the more northern states. If we deduct from these all who may be supposed to have immigrated with their masters, still what an immense trade is here indeed. 2 years after, the General Assembly, by a sudden and very unexpected movement, passed a vote exscinding without trial from the communion of the Church 4 synods comprising the most active and decided anti-slavery portions of the Church. The reasons alleged were doctrinal differences and ecclesiastical practices inconsistent with Presbyterianism. By this act, about 500 ministers and 60,000 members were cut off from the Presbyterian Church. That portion of the Presbyterian Church called New School, considering this act unjust, refused to assent to it, joined the extended synods, and formed themselves into the New School General Assembly. In this communion only 3 slaveholding presbyteries remained. In the old, there were between 30 and 40. The course of the Old School Assembly, after the separation in relation to the subject of slavery, may be best expressed by quoting one of their resolutions, passed in 1845. Having some decided anti-slavery members in its body, and being, moreover, addressed on the subject of slavery by associated bodies, they presented in this year the following deliberate statement of their policy. Minutes for 1845, page 18. Resolved, 1. that the General Assembly of the Presbyterian Church in the United States was originally organized and has since continued the bond of union in that church upon the conceded principles that the existence of domestic slavery, under the circumstances in which it is found in the southern part of the country, is no bar to Christian communion. 2. That the petitions that ask the Assembly to make the holding of slaves in itself a matter of discipline do virtually require this judicatory to dissolve itself and abandon the organization under which, by the divine blessing, it has so long prospered. The tendency is evidently to separate the northern from the southern portion of the church, a result which every good Christian must deplore as tending the dissolution of the union of our beloved country, and which every enlightened Christian will oppose as bringing about a ruinous and unnecessary schism between brethren who maintain a common faith. Yeas, Ministers and Elders, 168. Nays, Ministers and Elders, 13. It is scarcely necessary to add a comment to this very explicit declaration. It is the plainest possible disclaimer of any protest against slavery. The plainest possible statement that the existence of the ecclesiastical organization is of more importance than all the moral and social considerations which are involved in a full defense and practice of American slavery. The next year, a large number of petitions and remonstrances were presented requesting the Assembly to utter additional testimony against slavery. In reply to the petitions, the General Assembly reaffirmed all their former testimonies on the subject of slavery for 60 years back, and also affirmed that the previous year's declaration must not be understood as a retraction of that testimony. In other words, they expressed it as their opinion, in the words of 1818, that slavery is wholly opposed to the law of God and totally irreconcilable with the precepts of the gospel of Christ. And yet that they had formed their church organization upon the conceded principle that the existence of it, under the circumstances in which it is found in the southern states of the Union, is no bar to Christian communion. Some members protested against this action. Minutes, 1846, Overturn number 17. Great hopes were at first entertained of the New School body. As a body, it was composed mostly of anti-slavery men. It had in it 3 synods whose anti-slavery opinions and actions had been, to say the least, one very efficient cause for their excision from the church. It had only 3 slave-holding presbyteries. The power was all in its own hands. Now, if ever, was their time to cut this loathsome encumbrance wholly adrift and stand up, in this age of concession and conformity to the world, a purely protesting church, free from all complicity with this most dreadful national immorality. On the first session of the General Assembly, this course was most vehemently urged by many petitions and memorials. These memorials were referred to a committee of decided anti-slavery men. The argument on one side was that the time was now come to take decided measures to cut free wholly from all pro-slavery complicity and avow their principles with decision, even though it should repel all such churches from their communion as were not prepared for immediate emancipation. On the other hand, the majority of the committee were urged by opposing considerations. The brethren from slave states made to them representations somewhat alike to these. Quote, "Brethren, our hearts are with you. We are with you in faith, in charity, in prayer. We sympathized in the injury that had been done you by excision. We stood by you then, and we are ready to stand by you still. We have no sympathy with the party that have expelled you, and we do not wish to go back to them. As to this matter of slavery, we do not differ from you. We consider it an evil. We mourn and lament over it. We are trying by gradual and peaceable means to exclude it from our churches. We are going as far in advance of the sentiment of our churches as we consistently can. We cannot come up to more decided action without losing our hold over them, and, as we think, throwing back the cause of emancipation. If you begin in this decided manner, we cannot hold our churches in the Union. They will divide and go to the old school." Close quote. Here was a very strong plea made by good and sincere men. It was an appeal, too, to the most generous feelings of the heart. It was, in effect, saying, quote, "Brothers, we stood by you and fought your battles when everything was going against you, and now that you have the power in your hands, are you going to use it so as to cast us out?" Close quote. These men, strong anti-slavery men as they were affected. One member of the committee foresaw and feared the result. He felt and suggested that the course proposed conceded the whole question. The majority thought, on the whole, that it was best to postpone the subject. The committee reported that the applicants, for reasons satisfactory to themselves, had withdrawn their papers. The next year, in 1839, the subject was resumed, and it was again urged that the Assembly should take high and decided and unmistakable ground. And certainly, if we consider that all this time not a single church had emancipated its slaves, and that the power of the institution was everywhere stretching and growing and increasing, it would certainly seem that something more efficient was necessary than a general understanding that the church agreed with the testimony delivered in 1818. It was strongly represented that it was time something was done. This year, the Assembly decided to refer the subject to presbyteries to do what they deemed advisable. The words employed were these, quote, "solemnly referring the whole to the lower judicatories to take such action as in their judgments is most judicious and adapted to remove the evil." Close quote. The Reverend George Beecher moved to insert the word moral before evil. They declined. Footnote 8. Goodell's History of the Great Struggle Between Freedom and Slavery. End footnote. This brought, in 1840, a much larger number of memorials and petitions, and very strong attempts were made by the abolitionists to obtain some decided action. The committee this year referred to what had been done last year and declared it inexpedient to do anything further. The subject was indefinitely postponed. At this time it was resolved that the Assembly should meet only once in 3 years. Accordingly, it did not meet until 1843. In 1843, several memorials were again presented, and some resolutions were offered to the Assembly, of which this was one. Minutes of the General Assembly for 1843, page 15. Resolved, that we affectionately and earnestly urge upon the ministers, sessions, presbyteries, and synods connected with this Assembly, that they treat this as all other sins of great magnitude, and by a diligent, kind, and faithful application of the means which God has given them, by instruction, remonstrance, reproof, and effective discipline, seek to purify the church of this great iniquity. This resolution they declined. They passed the following. Whereas there is in this Assembly great diversity of opinion as to the proper and best mode of action on the subject of slavery, and whereas in such circumstances any expression of sentiment would carry with it but little weight, as it would be passed by a small majority, and must operate to produce alienation and division, and whereas the Assembly of 1839, with great unanimity, referred the whole subject to the lower judicatories to take such order as in their judgment might be adapted to remove the evil, resolved that the Assembly do not think it for the edification of the church for this body to take any action on this subject. They, however, passed the following. Resolved that the fashionable amusement of promiscuous dancing is so entirely unscriptural, and eminently and exclusively that of the world which lieth in wickedness, and so wholly inconsistent with the Spirit of Christ, and with that propriety of Christian deportment, and that purity of heart which its followers are bound to maintain, as to render it not only improper and injurious for professing Christians either to partake in it or to qualify their children for it by teaching them the art, but also to call for the faithful and judicious exercise of discipline on the part of church sessions when any of the members of their churches have been guilty. Thus has the matter gone on from year to year ever since. In 1856, we were sorry to say that we can report no improvement in the action of the great ecclesiastical bodies on the subject of slavery, but rather deterioration. Notwithstanding all the aggressions of slavery, and notwithstanding the constant developments of its horrible influence in corrupting and degrading the character of the nation, as seen in the mean, vulgar, assassin-like outrages in our National Congress and the brutal, bloodthirsty, fiend-like proceedings in Kansas, connived at and protected, if not directly sanctioned, and in part instigated by our national government. Notwithstanding all this, the great ecclesiastical organizations seem less disposed than ever before to take any efficient action on the subject. This was manifest in the General Conference of the Methodist Episcopal Church North, held in Indianapolis during the spring of the present year, and in the General Assemblies of the Presbyterian Church, held at New York at about the same time. True, a very large minority in the Methodist Conference resisted with great energy the action, or rather no action, of the majority and gave fearless utterance to the most noble sentiments. But in the final result, the numbers were against them. The same thing was true, to some extent, in the New School Presbyterian General Assembly, though here the anti-slavery utterances were, on the whole, inferior to those in the Methodist Conference. In both bodies, the pack-threads and Cushings and Calkers and Bonnies are numerous and have the predominant influence, while the Dixons and Ruskins are fewer and have far less power. The representations, therefore, in the body of the work, though very painful, are strictly just. Individuals everywhere in the free states and in some of the slave states are most earnestly struggling against the prevailing corruption. But the churches, as such, are for the most part still on the wrong side. There are churches free from this stain, but they are neither numerous nor popular. For an illustration of the lynching of Father Dixon, see Keys to Uncle Tom's Cabin, Part 3, Chapter 8. End of Appendix 3, Church Action on Slavery. End of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe.